welcome back to SC Classics. Yeah, since I started filming that one, this car turned up. I'm going to start giving these names. Any suggestions for names? I think I'll call, apparently the owner said the blue one's a lady, so it's Nordic Blue. Maybe call her Nora. Yeah, what do you think? Anyway, yeah, Nora's turned up. That is a Nordic Blue RS2000. It went away and got restored and painted, and the owner started building it himself, and he's very busy, so he decided to send it down to me to get finished off. So I'll show you what I'm up to. It got dropped off Friday last week, so spent quite a bit of time going through it. It was just full of parts, so I had to make an inventory of what we had and organise it, get it on the shelves and whatnot, and then start putting it together. Because the loom's been made by someone, the first thing I wanted to do is make sure it all plugs in, reaches, you know, connects, stuff like that. And most of it's right, most of it reaches, but there's some bits that are unfinished. But the guy who made the loom, I spoke to him, he's going to come down and he's going to do some alterations and finish off little bits and pieces. Quite happy to do so. So yeah, that'll be sorted. The owner's already made all the brake pipes, done a nice job on them. Servo and towers, everything, engine, gearbox, cross member, all the suspension, pretty much. He wants the front struts taken off and repainting, and he also wants to change the front springs because it's got, they're not staying, the wheels aren't staying. It's got 2-inch blocks on the back and apparently 2-inch springs on the front. So something's wrong somewhere, whether they're Capri springs or I don't know. But anyway, bit of investigation on them. He wants it to sit level basically, 2-inch all round. So we'll buy some, I'll get the struts off, get some proper springs for it, paint the struts, get them back on. Glass all needs changing because it had a window film on there, like a tint, and when he's removed it, it's all scratched. And all the glass needs to be removed anyway because where are we? We have no headlining. So obviously all the glass has to be pulled out. So like I say, I started building the dash up, cleaned all the heater box up, checked it, greased the motor, whatnot, that all works good. Excuse me, I'm just dying slightly. Wiper motor and linkage is all in, plugged all the wiring, loom in, all the switches, etc. Plugged all the backlights in, powered everything up. Most of it works. I think we've got a couple of bulbs out, but generally, yeah. Run all the wiring up to the interior light before the headlining goes in. Got all the dash vents in and stuff like that. Like I say, I had the backlights out because they wasn't plugged in. Got them all plugged in, tested them. Everything's working on the near side. On the off side, there's an indicator not working and a brake light, which I'm pretty sure is just going to be bulbs. But them lights are going to have to come out anyway because when they painted the black, let me just zoom in a bit, it's a bit low. So I'm going to have to repaint the black on the back panel. This should sit around about halfway up here. I know there's no exact measurement, but it should come off the bottom of the boot lid, and this is noticeably lower. And it only seems like a small thing, and you know, to correct it, it's a lot of work. But anyone with an RS2000 knows that the pinstripe actually comes off the height of this. Excuse me. So if this is wrong, then your pinstripe has to come down here, when it should be, I think it's about 15mm off the trim line. So it looks stupid, so I'm going to correct. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me. This cough is killing me. I have to pull the back lights out, prep and paint the back panel. Another thing is the black around the windows is not quite right. So when the C-pillar trim goes on, it comes down to about here, I think. I have measured it, I have had it on there, and this stops short, so again, this is going to have to be repainted. It should come through the middle of here, and further down so it joins up with the C-pillar trim, just so it doesn't look stupid. But sadly it's not just going to be a case of painting this piece, because the gutter trim's painted too, and then obviously around the window, on the door, so it all has to match up. So sadly I'm going to have to repaint all the black, both sides and the back panel, and then I can really crack on with building it. Like I say, he's got lots of new parts, so it should go together relatively quick. I think all the brake pipes, or most of them, are made. The axle's just on loose, so I'll have to get it on the ramp and go through that. Anyway, yeah, that's where we're at. That's what I'm on with at the minute. I'll try and get the red Escort down. What should we name the red one? Any suggestions? I really do like this car. I think the red and gold just works. Again, I don't know if you can see it on this. Whoever painted the black around the windows on this one has already messed up as well. And I know this isn't an RS or anything, so it doesn't matter. Oh, our seagulls are back. It doesn't really matter, but on this one, once I put the C-pillar trim on, there's actually red between the C-pillar and the black paint, so yeah, obviously that's going to look stupid, so I'm going to have to repaint the black on this one too. Up there, why not? Ideal. But yeah, I'll try and get that car down, and I'll show you the loom in the car. It's really neat, looks nice. So yeah, this is what I'm on with today. Nora. It's nice to be on something that isn't going to be off competing for concourse. It's just going to be used every day. It's a lot more relaxed. Excuse me. I've already, because it's had, I don't know if it's had a bulkhead top or what, but the fuse box hole was cut out, but it wasn't drilled, so we couldn't fit the fuse box. The bulkhead wasn't drilled for washer jets or the centre grommet, so we had to take some measurements off my own car, which has still got the original bulkhead top in, and make templates. Really sorry. And drill it all out and get that in. Got the bonnet cable and handle in. Yeah, just a few little bits and pieces. But yeah, next job, get these headlights sorted. So as I said, first job was trying to correct these headlights. I've already spotted the problem. So all you RS boys will know that the back plates are actually sided, and they actually say on them which side it is, and I don't know if you can make it out. No. But just there. It actually says right hand. Zoom in, look at it. No, God, there we go, right hand, which, what, I don't know. There you go, as you can see, that's the left hand side of the car. So, nose cone's coming off. Get the nose cone off, swap them side to side, and yeah, that's one job out of the way. Since we removed the nose cone, no one's ever done it before, we got 3 fixings that come through into the wing down here. We have some fixings on the top, which are actually the wrong fixings, but I have got a grill kit with the car, so I'll put the right ones in. Again, there'll be another 3 fixings down this wing rail. There's a screw inside here. And then 2 screws, one there. And then underneath, there's a rail that's bolted in or riveted into the bottom of the nose cone, and it should have 3 or 4, I think it's 4 M6 fixings that go to the front panel. So let's whip it off and get out of the way, start sorting these headlights out. There we have it, nose cone off. Pulled one of the headlights off already. Start stripping them down and swapping things around and making them fit properly. Looks funny without the nose cone. Left the bumper in place. Right, so while I've got the nose cone off, I noticed when I was trying to unbolt it, all the threads were clogged up and they really struggling to undo it. At one point I thought I was going to snap the nuts actually, but it turns out the brackets in the nose cone have all been powder coated, so I'm cleaning all the threads off. Show you what I'm doing. So as you can see, you got these are fixings that go through his little wing. All these brackets have been powder coated black, and then you've got the rail in the bottom that's been powder coated black. So all the threads are clogged up. That's what I use. I don't know, people have probably got these kits before, but someone recommended the kit to me, and it's been a godsend ever since. I got this off Snap-on. You probably get cheaper kits, but basically there's little thread cleaners. So I'm gonna while the nose cones off, run these down the threads and clean all the powder coat off, so just make it a bit easier going back together. All metric, imperial, you got UNF, UNC for all your thread files. Brilliant, worth its weight in gold. Saved me quite a few times, and handy as well when you're not sure on a thread size. Just use this. Saved me quite a few times. And basically, what you do is wind it on. Use a socket or whatever. I'm just using my little impact gun. Then wind it off again. And that's it. Nice clean threads. If you look on there, you can see it's actually the grooves in there. It's now full of powder coat. Just took it off the threads. Saves you snapping a bolt. See, saved me many times. Can't remember who was it. I think it was John, actually, my mate John, who suggested it. And yeah, goodbye. So it's been a long day. It's now 11:30. I did actually go home and come back, but yeah, I managed to get some more work done on Nora, the Nordic Blue RS. I'll show you what I've been up to. So not as much done as I'd like to have got done, because I've had a few disturbances. The owner, well, disruptions. I've actually had the owner come down and see the car, even though he wasn't going to see it. He didn't want to see the car until it was finished. He come down to drop some parts off and he couldn't help himself. He had a look and run through a few things and did a lights test, and he was over the moon. And it was starting to show some life, things coming together. So main one, had the nose cone off as I've seen before, corrected all the headlights, corrected all them, got them back in, got them all working. Nose cone back on. The nose cone will be coming off again, but for the time being it's just on, safe. As anyone knows with these nose cones, if you leave them off for too long they start distorting and misshape and going all out of shape, and yeah, not nice. Had to open the hole up in the inner wing to put the wiring loom through for the headlight, because it's had some inner wing repairs and there's no hole there. Cam belt cover is now in place. Well, it's on, fitted, done. What else we got? We got, when me thing catches up, we got a dash top. He dropped the dash top off too, so now that's in. I figured a safer place to put it is actually in the car, fitted, so another job ticked off as well. He did drop off lots of parts, so I've got loads more to go at, including some nice .44 IDFs. So they would have been a Group 1 accessory on an RS2000, so he wasn't sure on whether to fit them or not, but keep up. At the minute it's got a twin choke with, it's twin choke manifold with a 38D gas, it looks like. And because of the alley rocker cover, the auto choke won't fit. And he was talking about modifying the rocker cover, which seems a shame. For me, he said, which would you fit? Would you modify the rocker cover and use this carb, or fit the 44 IDFs? For me, it's a no-brainer. Fit the 44 IDFs. The period correct for the car. There was a dealer option. You could have bought 44 IDFs when you bought a brand new RS2000 as part of the Group 1 kit. So it's having a 4-branch as well. So it can only help. It's got an LSD and some lowering springs and stuff. So slightly modified car. But yeah, I think it'd be a nice little touch. Put the 44s on there and they sound really nice. Yeah. So tomorrow I think I'll be taking the inlet manifold off it. Fitting the carbs. Just got a source throttle cable. It's a different throttle cable bracket. And then there's on the breather pot on the engine, on the 3236 you have your little PCV valve or your breather valve that comes out and rubber hose circulates back into the inlet manifold. On the 44s, I've only ever seen one of them off a car, and it was like a little aluminium cylinder which pushed into the top of the breather pot on the engine, and it had 4 little outlets for your vacuums on each individual choke on the carb. So I'll have to try and the chance of trying to find an original one is slim to none, so I'll have to sort of devise some sort of valve. I'm not sure, but I'll come up with something. But yeah, should be nice with the 44s in there. Do a little light check now, show you it coming to life. Yeah, like I say, not massive progress, but definitely forward steps. It's moving along. So yeah, hopefully get another good day in it tomorrow and see we get on, get all the front indicators in it. Like I say, get them carb swapped. Because I know Burton's do a throttle cable bracket, I'm not sure on the cable. But if anyone's got any suggestions, let me know in the comments below. I'll finish this off for tonight, maybe carry on with it tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So it's Friday, had a bit of a busy day, had the white 2.8 Capri back in. If you watch my previous videos, you'll have seen some pictures, sort of clips of that one that I built. But come back in this morning for a few little tweaks, little powered steering leak, change the fuel sender, change a fuse to sort out the main beam, and just touch up some brake pipes because the owner had marked them, and that's out the way. So I didn't get as much time on the RS today as I'd like. Nora Batty, I think that's what I'll name her, because it's Nordic Blue, and it's old. Well, apparently it's a woman, so it could be Nora Batty. What I did do was get the old twin choke inlet off and the 38D gas, and get the 44 IDF trial fitted. Got the fuel pump in with the fuel pump rod, because it had a massive long fuel pump rod. I think it was out of a 2.8 or something like that, I'm not sure. Anyway, got the correct one in there now. Did have to clean up a lot of these mounting threads because a couple of them were damaged and it was loose, so I had to clean some threads up on that. Another problem I found, and see if you can see it, zoom in. You can see it from there. This is these two holes here, this one and this one, are for mounting the throttle cable, and this one's fine. This is a M8, but this one was M8 had been tapped into Headlight or something, you know, something like that. So by the time I cleaned it out, it's like a 10mm hole. So I don't even think we'll get away with a helicoil. So what I'll do is whip the manifold off again. Like I said, this is all trial fitted, it's not tight, it was just for mock-up. I will whip this off and get my good friend Ian Swinley next door at Triple H Engineering to work his TIG magic, TIG the hole up completely, then re-drill it and tap it, so we've got a nice strong fixing for the throttle cable. But I've got a cam belt cover on as well. It's a bit neater, I must say. It does look far better with downdrafts. It's going to sound well as well. I think the owner's not mentioned it to me, but I might go rogue and have the top of this cam cover machined, just to take the top off it, take the fins off and machine the top off, so we've got all these, you know, stand out a bit more because it looks a little bit unfinished. And I'm sure they'll appreciate that. It just looks so much better. But yeah, that's where we're up to. Didn't get a great deal done today. I think all in all I got about an hour and a half on this one, but it looks good. Do like a set of downdrafts, and the period correct, the fit in. They would have been a Group 1 accessory for this car, so why not? That's it for today. I'm just about to lock up. We'll get some more jobs tomorrow. Show you what I'm up to. So that's it, end of another week. I'm gonna film a bit of footage on the car, show you what I'm up to. But yeah, it's been a busy week. Start the week off with Signal RS2000 in for a few jobs, little service and a few electrical gremlins. Sorted that out. I was only here for a day. Got that back. I had the white Capri in yesterday. Again, something I built, I think it was about 13 months ago. Finished that. That just had a couple of little jobs. Spent a few hours on that, got rid of that one. And then obviously the Mark IIs, as you can see in the background, we got Nora, Nordic Blue, RS. Not giving the red one a name yet, but I'll show you what I'm up to with these anyway, just before I round off this video. Yeah. So this is the red modified Mark II, as you can see, far from standard. I'm yet to reveal the engine. I have got it. It's over in the corner, covered up. What I can say is it's naturally aspirated and it's going to be fast. Not done a lot on this one this week. I've ordered a lot of parts, so I'm waiting for parts on this, but last week I got all the motorsport spec wiring loom in it from Wales Motorsport. So that's basically in now. Still a couple of little bits it all needs clipping up to the floors and stuff, but it's all what it needs to be. All the holes are drilled out, everything's mounted. It'll all be getting some tweaks made to it once we've finalised with Wales Motorsport, where to tap into it to pick up for our standalone management. But yeah, generally that's how it's going to be. Got our stack dash, more stack gauges in the console. Very neat, very tidy wiring loom. I'm really impressed with it. I wish all cars had these. Make life so much easier. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tool. It's got a gripper diff in it. I'm not sure on the ratio. I'm going to be having some. It's on a 50-inch Atlas. The Atlas has got to be pulled off it yet, so we can paint the axle, fit a rear disc conversion. I want to check to see what crown wheel and pinions in it, and also check the gearing on the gearbox, because we've got a straight cut Type 9 to go in it. I just want to make sure it's going to work. Yeah, that's what I'm up to at the minute. Just waiting on parts, and I can start pushing on with this one. Yeah, it's going to be a really nice one, this one. And then we've got Nora, the Nordic Blue RS. I was showing you earlier in the video. It's a relatively standard RS2000 in Nordic Blue. I think it's a 79. When I say standard, I mean it's got lowering blocks. It's got some lowering springs on the front, which he's not happy with, so we're going to take the struts off, repaint the struts, fit some proper 2-inch springs on it. It's got Ali Rocker cover. I've just fitted the Sportex 4-branch manifold, and the 44 IDFs are just on there for mock-up in the minute, because there's an issue with, as I was showing you before, someone's ripped the threads out, so I'll have that welded up tapped, sorted. Again, sourcing some bits for this. But customer come and seen it on Thursday, and he's more than happy with the progress already. It doesn't look like it's progressed much, but there's lots of little bits and pieces going on that I've been moving on with this week. Like I said, this is going to be a daily driven RS2000. It's not mint, it's not perfect, it's going to be used. Dash top in, wiring the looms in, still a couple of little alterations to make to the loom, but all the electrics are working, which is a big step forward, I suppose. Got all the lights on the back working. We've got power to the number plate lights. I picked up the number plate loom today, so we'll get that in next week. Boot spoilers on. Just been and picked up loads of bits and pieces from GS Classic Ford, so we can got lots to go at next week. I can crack on and some more work done on it. Plus Dale, the owner, dropped off lots of parts last week. This week. So we can push on. That makes some progress. I might actually swap it over with the Red MK2 and get it on the ramp and start seeing what's going on underneath. Yep. So that's it for this week. See what next week brings. Hopefully a lot more progress on these two. Hopefully parts start coming in for the red one. Yeah. So under the bonnet doesn't look like it's changed much. Can't remember what I was up to last week. I think I got the 4 branch in. Can't remember. Anyway, we've now got the thermostat. I had the thermostat housing, but the owner sent 2 thermostats down and both were wrong. So I picked up the thermostat today in a fitting kit, got that on. Got the fuel pump in, just need to pipe that in. Waiting for the throttle bracket for the IDFs, and then I can pull the inlet manifold off, get that welded up, drill it, get that on permanent. We've got a horn, can't see it, but there is actually a horn under here, wired up, it works. We've got the bonnet spring in. I would like to have got all this zinc, but the owner said just leave it and he can sort it, so customer's always right. Washer jets and washer pipe is in, just need a T-piece and fit the bottle and bracket and finish that off. It's now Tuesday. Yesterday Paul from Retro Wiring, I think it's called, pretty nice guy, first time I've ever dealt with him before. He actually made the loom for this car about 5 years ago for the owner, and for whatever reason there was a few terminals that wasn't completed and a few wires that were short, but the idea was he was meant to fit the loom when the time come, but it never happened. I ended up fitting it, and when the owner got in touch with him and said there was a few problems with the loom, he was quick enough to jump on the phone to me and organise getting down here and get it finished off. So like I say, he's finished off the loom. He needs to put a terminal on for the temperature, extend the battery cable because it was a bit short, it was rubbing up against the tray and coming up on the wrong side. What else? Finish off put a terminal on for the number plate lights, finish off the fuel sender wiring in the back, reverse light wiring, extend a couple of wires on the dashboard because they just didn't reach, but now everything's in, everything's working, we're all good. He was quite happy, the owner's happy that it's finished now, and it would have been an easy job for me to do. I was quite happy to do it, but the owner had paid this guy to do it, so the owner would then be paying me again to do it, which didn't seem fair. So anyway, it's all resolved now, everyone's happy, job done. And like I say, got it on the ramp, swapped it over, got the red one on the floor, put the blue one on the ramp, so I can get some work underneath it done. But while it's down, I'll show you what I was up to inside. So now we've got painted the heater controls. Let me just get on them. Painted the heater controls because it's a bit chipped and damaged. Put a new decal on there, fitted that again. Heater surround, clock and pod, and thankfully the clock works, which is good. So the wiring's pretty much finished in there, just needs clipping up and out the way. Painted when my gimbal decides to wake up. Come on, play the game. Yeah, it has no idea what it's doing. Literally no idea. Anyway, I'm trying to show you the rear seat cross member, which I've painted black, because there we go. Yay, I'm not a complete retard. There we go. So I painted the back seat cross member because, as you know, it was painted in Nordic blue. When I put a black carpet down the black seat, it would have stood out like a sore thumb. Yeah, that's done. I bought a second-hand number plate loom because it didn't have one, and all the tape had come off, so retaped that. These are just some old number plate lights he had. Got them plugged in, they're all working. So that's all the electrics working. What else have we done? Right, so clocks. When my gadget wakes up, hello, there we go. So when the clocks come down to me, they was in a box, and the owner pointed out that he painted the fascia in like a satin black or something, but whether there was some sort of reaction or there was just something on the plastic underneath, it looked awful. And like big raised spots all over it, and you know when you get it looked like someone threw dust on there first and then painted over it, so it looked awful. And for me, the things that are, when you sit in the car, the things that are you touch, like the steering wheel, the gear knob, the clocks that are in front of you, it makes a difference to the feel of the car. So if your clocks look like crap, you're always going to sit in the car and go, it's a bit rubbish. I know it doesn't work for everyone, but it's just something I read it years ago, and it made a lot of sense to me. The things that you're in contact in the car and the things that you look at, if they're nice, it changes your whole feeling about the car. So for me, they had to be nice. So what I actually did was, I painted them once in matte black, and they look better, but you can still see all these marks all over them. So I took the risky decision of sandblasting them. I did a little test panel on the side first, just to make sure it didn't texture the plastic, and thankfully it worked really well. It got all the paint off, got it down to the original white plastic, and then it's just a case of some panel wipe, plastic primer, and then matte black. And I think once they go together, they look quite nice. I'll show you what I've been up to underneath the car. So underneath, first job, prop shaft. Customer supplied it, he painted it and wrapped it up. He also supplied new bolts. So I got that fitted with spring washers and torqued up. You always have to put your spring washers on, otherwise it might fall off. He also supplied trunk bars. Bit of a pain to fit, didn't want to go in because there was that much paint on there, but they're loose because I always wait until the car's under load before I torque all the suspension up. Just so it doesn't bind up on the bushes and sit too high. Rear brake flexi again, supplied by the customer, fitted. The brake pipes are already in. I need to drill down the chassis leg. Obviously there's no holes, so I need to drill some holes down the chassis leg. Well, it could be, no. Yeah, drill some holes down the chassis leg, put the steel brake line clips in and mount that. I also have to, I've got a brand new fuel line kit for it and fuel line clips. So again, I'm gonna have to drill all down the chassis leg for that. I think there's some holes here. Back end, what do we do? Oh yeah, I had to back all the shackles off because as you can see, we've got a rubber pad missing, we've got a spring cup, we've got another rubber pad, we've got bump stops missing. Picked up a new handbrake bush today, got that in, nice easy job. So the owner said when he sent the car down, he sent 2 brand new half shaft bearings in boxes and asked me to fit them. So the car come down with just back plates and half shafts. Pop the half shafts out to find new half shaft bearings already fitted. So that saves me a job. So what's going on? There we go. Yeah, so don't need to change half shaft bearings, but he hadn't supplied brake cylinders, so I picked a pair of them up this morning from GS Classic Fords and started to build them up, and then run into a problem. So this side, customer supplied brake shoes, brand new brake drums, used adjusters, and a brand new brake fitting kit. So fits it all together, tries fitting the drum, and it turns out the drums, I think, are Mark III Escort, because the mounting screw, which you don't have on a Mark II Escort, and when they're fitted, they're sitting off the back plate quite a bit, to the point you can see the brake shoes. So I'm going to have to do a bit of investigation, but I don't think they're right for this car. So I might need to source another set. Another issue I'm having, I'm yet to work out what it is. I don't know if you can see it on camera. Yeah, it's quite obvious there. The brake shoes are sitting right out at the top and in at the bottom, so to the point they're actually sitting on an angle, which isn't right. So I don't know whether I've been supplied the wrong brake cylinder and it's pushing the shoe out, or the shoes are wrong, you know. So again, a bit more investigation to do on that, which is a shame because that side is all together. So this side might have to come apart again yet, which is a pain. Yeah, it's just a quick update on where I'm up to. These are going to be changed, obviously. They're not the right bolts. He did mention something about that. Just generally go over it, make sure the whole back end's together and right. And obviously fit all the missing parts, locating the axle. I'm still missing a handbrake cable because GS didn't have one. Handbrake rod, again, they didn't have one of them. I've got all the pins, I've got all the boots and stuff for the arms. Got the brake pipes for the axle already made, ready to go on. I've not fitted them yet, just in case these cylinders are wrong, I'm going to have to swap them. And then it's going to be exhaust, some fluids, brake pipes, fuel lines, fuel tank, all the good stuff. Thankfully, all of it is brand new, so you'd like to think it goes together quite well, but it's a classic Ford and you never do, so we'll see. They look a bit better. Sadly, there is a couple of little scratches on the fascia up here, and just micro scratching all over, and a couple of little rust spots on the speedo head. Now, I did clean it up and got rid of a lot of it, but some of it just won't go. But anyway, generally they look nice and presentable, much better. I think they'll look good in the car. I'll turn the lights off for the first test. Oh, we got a battery light. We've got gauge illumination. What else do we need? We've got no front indicators that are flashing fast. Unbelievable, that never happens. Every single thing works. Well, apart from the tack and temp and fuel gauge, because none of them are wired up. But so far, so good. We've got our heater controls illuminating. We've got our brake tester illuminating because there's no brake fluid in it. The thing we haven't got illuminating is the clock in the pod on the dashboard, because I need to get some bulbs there. They're a funny old size, but yeah. Unbelievable. There's normally like at least one bulb out in the cluster. Well, first time. Very happy with that. The dashboard's starting to look nice now. New job ticked off. Just got to put the speedo cable and our pressure pipe in. But yeah, happy with that. It's coming alive, slowly but surely. Right, and back to it. Day after. It's now, was it Tuesday? Wednesday. Can't keep up with the days. I'm going to attack the front struts because I've just had a message to say the springs will be delivered today. So I'm going to get the struts off. That's what excuse next door's grinding away. You can't hear a thing. get the struts off, get the hubs off them. It's having new wheel bearings, drilled and grooved vented discs, and Wilwood forepots. He wants the strut casings painted, and he wants the springs changing because they're -1 inch. He wants -2 inch, and then I can hook up the brakes, make a steel brake pipe from the strut to the caliper. He wants the track rod ends changing because one on the other side split, and he's got brand new ones. Plus, he's got no lock nuts on the rack, and he also wants the roll bar painting. The problem I've got is that's not an RS2000 roll bar, that's a 20mm. So we need to source a 22mm roll bar. Get that on there as well. But yeah, that's today's jobs. Get rid of these crusty struts and make it look pretty. So the first job I do, and I always do it, is take the track rod end off just so the strut moves easier. It makes it easier to get to the ball joint and stuff. Unless, of course, the top nut has been over tightened and then boing, boing. Yeah, so now I'm going to let it down. That would have been an absolute nightmare to drive and would never self-correct after you turn the steering because the top mount's been over tightened and it's just springing. That's why they have a torque setting on there. I think it's like 33 pound-foot or something there, or 33 newton meters. Can't remember off the top of my head, but there is actually a torque figure, and if you don't get it right, you either get that or you get a knock in the top mount. So yeah, let it down, do the top mount. Better. It's a little bit tight, not quite sure why, because I've backed it off most of the way. Let's investigate that. Anyway, much better. And next job, bottom ball joint, get that out of the way. Obviously the sleeve's missing out the bush as well. Lots of things to be checked on this before I can get it on the road. Yeah, bottom ball joint, get that out of the way, and then it's just the 3 top mount bolts, and that's one strut off. And there's one strut off, strip the hub off it. New paint blast in then, put new bearing, give them a lick of paint and put new bearings in. At the very least to get new bearings, new discs. There's the old spring off. Sammy? So we've got the driver strut off, got it in the spring compressor, got the spring off it, strut top off, hub off, split it down, got the disc off it. So we got strut case with an insert. Good thing we did strip it down. I didn't just try building the car because you can hear it. It's hard to do it. The strut insert wasn't actually tight, so that would have knocked about when you would have to strip the strut off and strip it down to secure it. Anyway, I'll pull the insert out. I think we'll put these in the blaster, and they've been painted before, but you can see the surface rust coming through, so a bit of crust in there as well. So give them a blast and a paint, make them look pretty, get them back on. So it's Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock, something like that. It's been a busy couple of days. Not filmed as much as you'd probably like, but I've just been thrashing away trying to get through the jobs on the car. Simply because it's not got a mega budget, so I can't spend loads of time prepping and cleaning parts up. It's just a case of make it look presentable, get it together. But I'll show you what I've been up to anyway. So not a great deal's changed in here. Washer bottle brackets in. You'll notice, well, you won't notice, but the strut tops, because I've had the struts off, I stripped everything down, blasted everything, painted it. Washer bottle bracket in. I'm going to swap these for some zinc ones and the proper spring washers and stuff to lock them up. And I'm going to get new nuts for the top, new lock nuts, but they look a bit better, no rusty strut tops. Inlet manifold's off. I'm going to give that to Ian, Triple H Engineering next door. He's going to weld it up for me. As I said before, one of the mounts for the throttle bracket had ripped out, So the new throttle bracket turned up from Burton, so going to weld it up. I can then line it up, re-drill it, tap it, job's good. And rocker covers away, that's getting the top milled off it. Dale doesn't know about this, it's going to be a surprise for him, hope he likes it. It's a little bit tough at this point because I'm going ahead anyway, we'll see. Big one. So I think it was yesterday morning, filmed taking the struts off. So if I can just get the camera to work. So we got our 2-inch 170 pound front springs, got the struts off, blasted, etch primed, painted, hubs stripped out, blasted, painted in heat-proof grey. Obviously you get a bit hot, normal paint will just blister. We got our Willwood Willwood brake kit in. It's just a standard M16 replacement, but 4 pots. We got brand new wheel bearings in there. We got new lock tabs to lock everything up. We got new strap rod ends and lock nuts. We got our Goodrich brake flexes in. Yeah, took a bit more time than I would like, blasting everything, and I did all the top spring cups as well. So yeah, it just takes time, but I did it as quick as I could. Struts aren't perfect, they're quite pitted, but for this car they'll be fine. Just the grease caps left to clean up and give a lick of paint and get back on. But generally they look much better, and it should sit an inch lower as well, which is even better. I just got the brackets on the rear quarters for the corner bumpers. These are unique to an RS2000. We don't have them on a Mexico or any other model. It's just because the RS2000 has 3-piece rear bumper and has a steel centerpiece and 2 corner end caps which bolt to these. So yeah, underneath, I can't remember what else we got up to underneath. But yeah, yesterday basically was down to full day of stripping the struts, blasting, painting, you know, all that good stuff, getting all the brakes back on it. I don't think anything's changed inside since last video there, not a great deal, just lots of little bits and pieces going together. So underneath I've got the rear brake pipes in. These are already made, thankfully, so got them in and hooked up. Hooked up this side too to the flexi, the other side. So now there is only one brake pipe left to fit, which is already made, and it's the one that goes, can you see it? On the T-piece. The T-piece has actually been put in wrong. It should be, yeah, it's been put in wrong. Basically there should be one outlet that's pointing down going forward, which is for the right front wheel. I've got that pipe, just needs fitting. There's another job ticked off. Just got the inlet manifold back off Ian Swinley at Triple H Engineering. It's actually my next door neighbour, very handy to have. He actually had to dig out quite a bit and cut out because it was full, it'd been drilled out and araldited, and he also found part of a drill tap tool stuck in there, so someone had made an attempt in the past to fix it. Messed up and filled it with araldite. Anyway, he did a top job as ever. Fixed. So now the inlet manifold can go on the back on the car for good. Carbs on. Nice solid bracket. That's a job well done. If you need any welding, TIG, stainless, alley, steel, whether it be framework for a house, girders, you name it, he can weld it. So give him a shout. You can find him on Facebook, Instagram, Triple H Engineering. Good lad, and he'll look after you. So that's another week wrapped up. SC Classics. Mainly been working on the, well, Nora, as she's named. Lots of little jobs in, lots of little jobs done, sorry. All the brake pipes are now in and plumbed up. This morning I made the last 2 for the front wheel boards, or the strut to the stripped. Well, I went through that before, I'm not going to go over it again. But yeah, progress, lots of progress. Where are we? There we are. Struts are looking better. Oh, there we go. Much better. Last thing to do is for the front end, we spanner check everything, because a lot of it was already in. You know, like the cross member, roll bar, all that stuff was already in. Steering rack was mounted and stuff, so I'm just gonna spanner check all the parts that I didn't fit, just to make sure they're all tight. I am gonna be swapping the roll bar, because he asked me to paint it, but the problem is it's quite crusty. It's gonna be, you know, a couple of hours cleaning it up, painting it, making it look nice. And it's not actually a 22mm roll bar like an RS2000 should have. It's actually a 20mm, so that could have been off like a 1300 or, you know, a Mark 1 or something like that. So it's not thick enough. And I know it's only 2mm, but it's an RS2000, it should have the proper roll bar. So I have got a nice tidy 22mm roll bar knocking around somewhere, already black, so that will go straight on. I think it's got new bushes on the car already, and if not, they're easy enough to get. So spanner check, throw the roll bar on, paint the grease caps, get them on, and that is the front end suspension all done. Back end, I've still got, I could only find one bump stop for the axle. When I went to GS the other day, he has since messaged me and said he's found the second one. So the first one that I picked up, I've already blasted, just needs priming and painting black. And I'll pick the other one up on Monday when I'm back in, along with one of the vent pipes for the dash, because one of them split, and I can get the other bump stop blasted, primed, painted, get them on, and then we can get all the spring insulation pads and the spring cups, get everything on and get the axle torqued up. I think that's it for the axle then. Still not sure on brake drums, because they don't seem to be sitting right, so I'm going to do a bit of investigation into the brake drums, the brake shoes and the brake cylinders. I'm pretty sure the cylinders are right, not sure on the shoes, because they don't seem to be sitting properly, and the drums I'm almost certain they're Mark 3 Escort, so a little bit digging into them. Once I'm happy with all, you know, get all the rear brakes sorted out, make sure they are all right, I can then bleed the brakes up, which is another big step. Yeah, it's coming along. Inlet manifold welded up. I think I've seen it. Filmed that yesterday. The inlet welded up, tapped, throttle bracket on, so I can mount the carbs and everything for good now. Get them on the engine, mount them for good. Get a dipstick on there, get some engine oil in there. What else? We need some plug leads. On the next one, distributor. It has in the engine, it's got either a power spark or an AccuSpark. It also comes with another brand new AccuSpark and a second-hand AccuSpark, and I'll be honest with you, I am reluctant to fit any of them, because I've had quite a few problems in the past where the tolerances aren't correct on them. I don't know whether it's a heat thing or what, but they lock up and they shear all the teeth off the auxiliary drive, and then all that shrapnel goes through your engine, which is not good. So to clean it up properly, it's engine out, strip it out, get all the crap out of it, new auxiliary shaft in there. I hope it hasn't done any more damage, so I'm not even going to take the chance. I've had 2 AccuSparks go in the past. I've known of quite a few more and seen many complaints about them, so I'm not even going to attempt it on this car. I'm going to find another distributor kit, so I'm looking at either a Beztech, which I've used before. The only downside is you've got to have the big, well, it's not big, but you've got to also mount your coil, and you've got to mount a box as well. I'm not sure what the box is, but you've got to mount that somewhere, and I don't really like them. Other than that, I'm thinking H&H, but it's something I've never used before, a H&H, so not sure. Next one is, I think it's going to have to be non-vacuum advanced type as well, because of the IDFs, because there's no vacuum reference point on the IDFs. So I'll have to look into that anyway. But anyway, I'm just waffling on now. I'll show you a bit of what I'm up to on the car, and then we'll round it off. So we got the cylinders in, shoes and drum on this side. We've just got the stops to put on the gators. Once we've finalised what's right and what's wrong with the brakes, got all the rear brake pipes in. This side there's no drum, no shoes, no adjusters, because there's no point building that up until we know if this side's right. Bit of digging to do. Need the bump stops on there, and the shock, the spring cups and the insulation pads, and then we can torque everything up, get that finished up. Brake lines in, mounted down the chassis leg. I did make a boo-boo. I fitted the exhaust manifold and then had to take it off again because there was no hole in the chassis leg. So I'll get that on early next week. What else? Yeah, we've already seen the struts. They're looking better, not perfect, but they are quite pitted. Got some new track rod ends on there, no point tightening them in yet. Tracking's not right. Same on this side, new bearings, new springs, new track rod ends, new locking tabs, new discs, new Willwoods. Oh, it's gone the wrong way. And all painted up to look a bit prettier. Yeah, that's what else we've got up to. There's more than that. I'll let it down. Oh yeah, finished the last of the lines for the Willwoods. I'll do the job for that. I think while it's up Monday morning, I'll probably get the fuel lines in, and then we can get the fuel tank in. I think I've got everything now to fit the fuel tank, so it'll just be another thing ticked off. Yes, the trap bar's loose. As I said before, I always leave all the suspension loose until it's on its wheels, and then torque everything. I've got to swap these spring eye bolts because these are wrong. I know he said he had a problem with the ones that he bought new for it, so I'll have to have a look at that, see what's going on, what the issue is. I'll let it down now. So not a massive amount done at the back end. Got the number plate, Loom, cleaned up, retaped, got that in. Got new number plate lights in, got the rear bumper brackets in for the corner bumpers. We got the rear seat brace painted black. Clocks all, well, rebuilt, fascia blasted, primed and painted, got them in. Clock and pods in. Heater controls painted, new decal, rebuilt, put back together, fitted, heater surround. What else we got in there? I think that's about it for inside. And then under the bonnet, there's not a massive amount going on under the bonnet actually. Let me gimbal wakes up. Took the inlet and carbs off to have it welded up, as you just seen. Took the exhaust manifold off so I could drill the chassis leg down there, and also swap that union round because it was in the wrong position, so you couldn't fit this front driver's brake pipe. Washer bottle bracket on. Actually, strut tops both blasted, painted, put back in. They need torquing up and locking. I think that's about it. Oh, bonnet safety catch one's in as well, so we've got them both in. Just need adjusting. Yeah, like I say, not a massive amount. I have had other bits and pieces to do besides this car, and I was off yesterday afternoon as well. But yeah, it's progress. It's moving along. I'm hoping to get this one back on the ramp next week. I'll probably get this one, get the fuel lines and fuel tank in this one, and swap the roll bar. Do my spanner check on the suspension as much as I can, and then get it off the ramp and swap it and put the old Red Beauty. Still haven't named this one, so if you've got any suggestions for the name, leave it in the comments below. Time to get this one back on the ramp. I think I've not touched this one at all this week. I really want to get the engine in this so I can start mocking things up in the bay. I'm really excited to see it in the bay, and I hope you are too. It's gonna look brilliant. It's hidden over in the corner under an engine stand, on an engine stand under the cover. It's a pretty trick. It's gonna look good in there, so I'm quite excited to get it in. But yeah, that's next week. Do love this car. Not usually a fan of red gold, but that just works. polar opposite from our Nora battery here. What I'm doing right now is I've pulled the column out the car because it had been fitted without the grommet. So I'll show you what I'm doing anyway. There we have it, a Mark II Escort column. Pulled it out the car, and what I did notice was the bracket on the bottom was missing that holds it to the bulkhead. Luckily he sent a box down with all nuts and bolts and old nuts and bolts and brackets and whatnot, and this was in there. So I just cleaned it up, drilled it, and I'm gonna plug weld it back in place and then give it a lick of paint. I think he's got new bushes for in the column, so I have to strip it down and put new bushes in, give it a lick of paint, and then that can go back in. Other jobs I've been doing. Oh yeah, I pulled these, he's got a brand new fuel tank and lots of brand new bits for the tank, but obviously he needs the old sender unit pulling out the old tank, so I did. And that's the back plate, and that is the sender unit, which looks like it's been living at the bottom of the Mersey. So I'm going to have to test this to see if it actually works, and if it does, somehow clean it up without completely destroying it any more than it already is. But we live in hope. We'll see. I'll test it, and if it works, and maybe, yeah, I don't know how we'll clean that up, but we can't put that in a brand new tank looking like that. So what I've been doing today, go on gimbal, play the game. So I picked up the other axle bump stop from GS this morning and the other vent pipe for the dash that I was missing, and come to fit them. Thought I'll get them in, get all the insulators in and everything, they're all painted up ready to go in. And then when I pulled the lowering block off, they have like a little, like a 10mm peg on the top, but then they have a little push-on sleeve which fits into the axle to locate the axle, stop it moving around. Well, the little sleeve is missing, and you can't buy them separate, and the only way to get them is to buy a lowering block kit for 50 quid, and it seems a bit expensive when all I need is the two little sleeves. The U-bolts are fine, the blocks are fine, I just need the little sleeves. So I'm gonna have to come back to that. I might have some machined up, we'll see. Whichever's cheapest option at this point, because I can't justify spending 55 quid on a kit I'm only gonna use two little sleeves out of. So yeah, I'm held up with that. Next one. While I was at GS, I took the brake drums, which were supplied with the car, and the other brake shoes off the other side, just to offer them up to see whether Graham had any in stock, so we could check to make sure these were the right ones, because I've rung my motor factors and tried cross-referencing, and they just wasn't interested. So I was getting nowhere with that. What Graham had come to the conclusion was the back plates were wrong. They're actually Capri 2.8, which explains a lot. And he borrowed me an RS2000 back plate, and sure enough, they're wrong. So I also need back plates now. If anyone's got any RS2000 back plates they want to sell, please leave a comment, because I need a set. So another setback. The IDFs are back on. A good mate of mine, Steve, called today to give me the bad news that I can't have his RS2000 shell. I'm not bitter about that, honest. But he spotted in the video that I put the throttle cable bracket on upside down, so I corrected it now. There you go, Steve. You happy? It's the right way. Anyway, slight overlook. But yeah, they're back on now. Put his nice zinc lifting eye on as well. Exhaust manifold's back in again. These new zinc lifting eye. Speedo cable is in the clocks and in the gearbox. It will have to come out of the gearbox again because I was supplied a reproduction grommet for in there, and I don't know what it's made out of, but you have to warm it up a little bit to stretch it to go over the end of the speedo cable, put in some hot water, and it basically turns to goo. That is the joy of reproduction parts. Again, oil pressure pipe in, it's plumbed in at the engine, it's plumbed in at the clocks. I put the grommet on there, it doesn't fit on the pipe, it's too loose, and I come to fit it in the bulkhead, and sure enough, it's too big. This is the joys of reproduction parts. Everyone thinks it's nice and easy building these cars, but nothing's right. I have got water pump pulley blasted, primed and painted, got a new reproduction fan on there. It only took 20 minutes of filing the sensor out to make it fit, but hey ho, we got it there. Come to fit the brand new alternator belt, and yes, you guessed it, it's wrong. So yeah, that's the kind of day I've been having, but I'm not dwelling on it, I'm trying to move on. So my next job, but the clocks are all in now, properly, because they didn't have a speedo, didn't have an oil pressure pipe, but now they're in for good. They're plumbed in and speedo cable in, they don't need to come back out now, unless there's a fault with them. We live in hope. So next one, I'm going to weld this bracket on the column and get the column painted up and rebuilt and put back in. Then I don't know what I'm doing next, I'm just sort of going with the flow. So I just jumped in the car while I've welded the bracket on the bottom of the column. So I thought I'll put the grommet in the bulkhead, or firewall if you're American. I'll get my thread cleaner and clean up the thread because it's full of paint. And while I was in here I spotted this on the floor, which if you've ever built an Escort before you'll know this is the little bush or sleeve that goes here in the brake pedal. So it already had the pin and the clip on the end, so I assumed he was both in the bushes, and then spotted that on the floor, and on closer inspection realised actually only one, it has one either side, it has one this side, one the other side. They sort of join up in the middle, they hold the rod that goes to the servo tower, and then this pushes through the middle with a clip on the end. So I tried getting the pin in, tried getting this bush in to this side, and for whatever reason the hole doesn't line up. It's like halfway across, so we can't fit this bush. And then I started spotting that there should be a spring on the brake pedal going to the back of the pedal box to hold the pedal up, and there should also be a spring, you can just see that, on the clutch pedal to the back of the clutch, holding the clutch pedal down, because you need to keep tension on the cable constantly and you adjust it up. So a couple more problems, and then I also noticed that for whatever reason, even though the brakes aren't bled and there's not a drop of brake fluid in there, you can't push the brake pedal. So there's something going wrong somewhere. Either the servos, the master cylinders seized, the servo seized, or there's a problem with the actual tower and the pivots and stuff. So what went from a simple job of just putting a column in has now evolved into much more. So I also now need the two springs off the pedal box. In order to get them, I'm going to need a second-hand pedal box. More problems. This is the joys of building classic Fords. Stay at school, kids. Don't do it. Nora is testing me today, if you haven't noticed. I'm trying really hard just to push on. It's just problem after problem. Anyway, crying about it won't get it done, so I think I'm going to pull the master cylinder off the servo, then try pressing the pedal. If it's still a problem, then I'm going to have to take the servo off the tower, and if it's still a problem, then it's a pivot or something's bound up in the tower itself. So we'll see. So I worked out why the bush wouldn't go in. It's because the rod that goes from the back of the pedal to the pivot point in the tower is slightly offset, so pull the pins either end, spun it 180 degrees, put them back in again, all lines up perfect. Pulled the servo off and I found that I could press the pedal, press it really hard, it like stick a bit,
and then go. So moving, but it's not returning. You have to pull on it and then it'll return. And then again, it's solid and then it'll drop. So I think something is bound up somewhere on the pivot or the servo. So I'm gonna have to pull the servo tower out, see what's going on, because that's just dangerous. The last thing you need, ignore the brake pedal switch, that needs adjusting. But yeah, that is like there, it's like the brakes are actually bled up and it's a rock solid pedal, and all of a sudden it'll go past. We're bound up somewhere, so I'm going to have to remove the tower. Well, I bit the bullet and got the servo tower out. And what's concerning is I tried moving the arm and stuff underneath on the bench. This looks like soda from blasting. So it would appear that this has been blasted and painted as a complete unit. You can actually see all the soda dropping out of the servo. So that, and if you look at this pivot, it's sort of collapsed and covered in paint and stuff. So I think I'm going to have to strip the full thing down, see what's going on. Well, I've finally got the servo tower out and stripped down, and there's a couple of things wrong. That pin's moving okay. That pin, as you can see, is pretty rotten and the bush is collapsed. And then the next issue, this is all the blast media, and that's come out of the back of the servo. Oh no! That's not good. And it would appear the servo won't move. So, I don't know what the answer is there. It'll move about 10 mil. So I'm guessing that's what the problem is on the pedal. And it looks like someone's blasted. It looks like this has been built as a complete unit. Someone's blasted it and painted it as one and filled it with blast media. Because as you can see, that's not exactly sealed. So that's tomorrow's problem, because now it is 20 past 11 at night and I couldn't go home until I had an answer for this, and I've sort of got my answer now. It's all this lot. Oh well, deal with that tomorrow. So it's the next day, Tuesday, after a stressful Monday. I've got the servo, I've cleaned the servo out, fitted it back up to the tower, fitted it back to the car, tried it, still locking up on the pedal. So sadly, I think the servo is going to have to be sent away for refurbishment. I think something's, sadly they're a sealed unit, so there's not really a lot I can do with it. So it's going to be a case of send it away. Like I say, it'll push in. You can see the lip where it's pushing into. That's as far as it'll go. Moving it by hand. So yeah, I think there's every chance it's full of blast media in there. I don't know. I can't get in there to find out. So sadly, that's the end of that drama for the time being. I'm gonna have to get that packed up and sent away and refurbished. I'm just waiting for the all clear from the owner. I'm gonna get on with some other jobs. Probably get the rad in there, get some coolant hoses in. Just some jobs that I will actually know I can finish. Because I'm getting a little bit fed up with starting jobs and having to leave them because parts are missing and problems. So I'll get the rad in there. I want to swap these bolts out for some gold zinc ones. Not exactly a necessity, but it'll just look better. Whatever the beauty of the tower, I know it's an absolute pain, but it had all kinds of odd nuts and bolts all over it. So what I've been trying to do is take a little bit of positive from it, make it better, put all new gold hardware on the lock washers, nuts, all that, all brand new. So even when it goes back together, it'll look a bit prettier and a bit better. That's the only positive I can take from it. Same with the inlet and all that. When I had it all off, it was just all mixed and matched. Nuts and bolts, so put all new gold zinc hardware on there. Try and make it look pretty, try and make it look better. But yeah, next job, I'm gonna get the alley rad in there, start getting some coolant hoses on it. May even swap the roll bar out because it's got a 20mm and I've got a pretty tidy 22mm roll bar knocking around somewhere. I'll have to dig it out. I'll probably swap that over too. Yeah, that's this morning's jobs. Let's see how it goes, eh? Now cross fingers, because so far this week has not been a good one. But I'm trying to stay positive. And it's in. It actually worked. First thing I tried fitting this week. And I just bolted in. An alley radiator. Happy days. So the next job is going to be trial fit the... Sorry, you have to excuse me. Is trial fit the... Sorry, I struggle to say this. Blue silicone hoses. Excuse me, sorry. It makes me retch a little bit when I say it. As you can tell, I'm not a fan of blue silicone hoses. I really think these things should be outlawed now, but the customer likes them so much he actually sent 2 complete identical sets down, so I think he's pretty adamant on keeping them, which makes me very sad. But it's not my car and the customer's always right, sadly. Oh God, you have to excuse me. Feeling a bit queasy. Whew. So yeah, we're going to trial fit these. I'm going to have to order up some new hose clamps. I love my job. Well, I'm quite sad to announce that they actually fit, so they'll be staying. Yay. Blue. Oh God, one way to ruin an engine bay. But it's not my car, it's not my call. I just have to get on with it. Obviously, twin carbs. So the hose kit is made for twin choke 3236 with an auto choke. So the kit comes with the little one that feeds the twin choke, and then the one that comes out the twin choke and into the inlet manifold. No good for this car. Rally Design actually do a heater hose to inlet to suit twin carbs. Now, I actually bought one of these a while ago for another car in black, but never used it. So it's an ideal tester to see if it's going to work. So it will work. It actually works really well. It didn't work with twin 45s. What they didn't say in the listing was, I actually needed it for twin 45s at the time. What they didn't say in the listing was it was to suit IDFs, because it fits pretty much perfect with IDFs. It doesn't work with twin 45s, or it didn't work with the inlet manifold I had. Anyway, it'll work with this, so I'll get one of these ordered in. Blue. Sorry, again, you have to excuse me. I really struggle with that. Yeah, that's the culprit. Get one of them ordered from Rebuiding Design in blue, and that's the hose kit sorted. I'm going to measure up and get some new Jubilee clips ordered, and I can fit the lovely hose kit. Doesn't it look pretty? If you can't tell by now, I'm being really sarcastic. I hate them. I hate them, I hate them. But, as I keep saying, it's not my car, it's not my choice. What can I do? So while we're on a bit of a roll with parts actually fitting, I thought I'd make it a hat trick. We've got the rad, we've got the hoses. I'm going to try and fit fuel line kits. So these are from Stage 1 Motorsport, not Edel. Oh God, I forgot his name. Anyway, Stage 1 Motorsport, I've used these before. I use these on the yellow 78 Mexico, really good. Come with all the fixings, clips, everything, the fuel lines. I also last week I got the plastic double fuel line clips that go in the chassis leg. I got the plastic double fuel line clips that clip onto the rivets that are meant to be on the floor, like the pegs. But sadly this car hasn't got the pegs on the floor because it's had lots of work. So I picked up these as well, which are rivet on pegs for these to go into. Never used them before, but I'm going to give them a go. These actually go, if I can see it, there should be, like, I think you can just see the outline of one that's left there. Basically you should have 6 of these. There's about 4 up here, and then there should be 1 up here to attach, and then again should be another one over here. So I'm gonna give these little things a go. Fingers crossed they work. I've never used them before, but I hear good things. We will see. Get all the fuel lines in the car. So I'd call that a success then. Only thing left to do is punch a hole in the tank well for the return pipe to go through. But yeah, all good. All clipped up. The fuel feed is hooked up to the fuel pump, and the return at the minute is just loose because I don't actually know if IDFs run return, so I need to do a bit of digging on that. It might just be a case of the return line being redundant if IDFs don't use return, sorry. But I'll do a bit of research on that. But it's always nice to have the fuel lines in just in case he should happen to switch back to a twin choke if he doesn't like the IDFs. I can't see why anyone wouldn't like them, but each to their own. Yeah, quite happy with that. So that's 3 jobs in a row that have actually gone on, worked, success. So Tuesday is going better than Monday. I'm happy with that. Right then, next job. Well, we was on a bit of a roll. We hit a problem. So I come to fit this because it was missing. It just had a bolt through the gearbox mount. This is the original cup. Your bolt goes through that and then through the gearbox mount into the gearbox. Not quite sure why they have it, some sort of stabilizer or something. I don't know, I'd have to guess, but it should be there. So I thought, it's in a box, I'll fit it. And then I come across this. So what happened was, as soon as I took the bolt out of the gearbox kicked over to the left, which they do a little bit, but it's like I'm trying to push it back now to get the bolt in, it doesn't want to go. So I thought I'd check, just in case. And if anyone knows an RS2000, they'll know you should not be able to read the part number on the back of the engine mount because the long engine mount should be on the left. Where's the engine mount? Yeah. So there's the part number on that one. That's the short engine mount, which should be on the right. The old rule is long left engine mount. So if you're sat in the car, the long engine mount should be on the left-hand side, and the part numbers should be facing forward. Sadly, these are wrong. So I'm now going to have to take the engine mounts off and swap them side to side, which will stop the gearbox from pushing over to the wrong side. Oh well. We was on a roll, it was going well. We was going to come across a problem. Oh, also, clutch cable's in now, adjusted up, we have a working clutch. I did that off camera. But yeah. So, I think we ticked off, what, 4 jobs. Put the bottom bell housing bolts in, there's another job. So probably 5 jobs ticked off before we run into a problem. So I think Tuesday's going quite well. quite pleased with the fuel lines. They look quite good. They'll do the job. I need a couple of little metal clips on here to clip them to the tramp bar bracket, keep them away from the tramp bar. But other than that, pretty good. Anyway, let's get these engine mounts swapped. So it's Saturday morning. It's another week over and done with. Well, Saturday, just gone 12 o'clock, so dinner time Saturday. Another week over with Nora. As ever, didn't get as much done as I'd like to, but just because of various reasons, interruptions, having to go out, you know, all that kind of stuff. Joys of running business on your own. So yeah, as ever, I never get enough time on a car. I always feel like I should have done more. But it made progress, and that's the main thing. I've been asked by the owner to give a shout out to a young man called JD. So, hello JD, hope you're watching. I believe you're going to be the first passenger in this car. He said he's 13 years old. Be the first passenger to go in Nora. Anyway, I'll stop yapping, show you what I've been up to. So as you'll have seen earlier in the video, there was Monday was plagued with problems, and there's been setbacks all week, here, there and everywhere. But pushed on and made some progress. That's the main thing. As shown you, the servo is actually full of media and semi-seized, and get it to move about 5 mil. It's obviously no good. So that is now removed, packed up and sent away to a company called Pass Parts in the hope that they can revive it. Fingers crossed, because it's an 80 master cylinder, not exactly easy to find, and they've not been reproduced, so hopefully they can cure it and we can get it back on the car. That would be ideal, because everything else, every other component on the braking system is new or refurbished, so that would be the ideal scenario. That'll just finish off the braking system. But they usually have I think it's like a 5 to 6 week lead time, so I've got it away to them as quick as possible so we can get it back on the car. Next one, I've got a temporary belt on there at the minute. Need to put a proper belt on there, a new one, because he's supplied an RS2000 belt, but that's not an RS2000 alternator bracket. So I just had a spare one knocking around, tried down it, I'll do, so get the numbers off, get one ordered for it. Also this alternator bracket, because this alternator should be sat lower down because of the alternator bracket, this was actually fouling on the servo, so what I've had to do is re-drill, shorten it slightly, and now it clears the servo, so it'll work. It's not the right one, but it'll work. We've got a rad in, we got all the them hoses, which I won't mention. We got all them trial fitted. We got the IDFs on permanent. Throttle fuel pipe to the fuel pump. Made up a power lead for the starter. That's in, that's working. As you'll see now, can you see the part number on the engine mount? There you go. Pointing forward, we swapped the engine mounts around so the engine's sitting properly. That was another thing as well. The alternator fitted fine when the engine mounts were in the wrong place, but when we put them in the right place, it obviously moved the engine over this way and caused it to foul the alternator bracket, the adjuster, to foul the servo. Anyway, that's dealt with now, all done. What else? Got the, bear me a second, got the bonnet catches on, got the rubbers on the wing, a little bit of adjustment on it. Let's get the bonnet shut in. It's not too bad, still need some tweaks. Play with the gaps a little bit, just a bit high on this side, so I don't know if the buffer wants bringing down or what, but I'll work on that. It's now sat back on its wheels, it's not moved yet, so it will drop a little bit, but it's a little bit lower on the front now, should be an inch lower. Got a new set of back plates on the way. Actually, someone from, wait there, what's going on? Oh, come on. No, there we are. Right, so yeah, back plates are on the way, they should be here next week. I put a post up on Facebook looking for a pair, and a guy got in touch with me. He's actually someone who watches me videos, and he's been talking to me through YouTube and Facebook. He's building a nice P-Reg 76 Carnival Red RS2000. His name was YouTube handles like Slim Shady something or other. Anyway, big thanks, they're on the way. So when they turn up, I can get them blasted, painted, get them on, get all the back brakes built. Dashboard is pretty much finished now. The only thing left to do is glove box, and I can't do that till the kick panels are in. Obviously, they're going after the carpet. Got the full underlay kit fitted, which looks quite neat now. Gear stick gated in. What else we do? Pedal box. Got all the pedal box sorted. We was missing some bushes, and one of the rods was in the wrong way around, so that's all functioning properly now. Clutch cables in and functioning. Column. I pulled the column out, welded. Well, Ian next door welded the column back on the bottom because I ran out of gas and didn't realise. Welded the bracket back on so it fixes to the bulkhead. Give it a lick of paint, got it back in, got it all built up with all the cowlings, stalks, everything. We actually had engine cranking over, so we got oil pressure, which is good. Yeah, battery's on, it's flat. But anyway, cranked it over, got oil pressure, got it circulating, which is always a bonus on an engine I've never started before. So that looks positive. I started masking out. I fitted the C-pillar trims and then got some fine line tape and marked up where the black needs to come to, because this is coming up short from the trim, looks stupid. So I'll have to pop these quarter windows out and prep it all, paint around the windows. What else? Right. Rest of it's underneath. Right, so underneath the car, we've got all the fuel lines in, all hooked up with the engine. The only thing I've got to do is drill the tank belt, and then we can drop the tank in, hook it up this end. I'm not putting the tank in just yet because backlights have to come out. I have to paint the back panel, then I'll fit the rear bumper, put the lights back in, get the tank in. But I'm also waiting on a new filler neck from Stage 1 Motorsport and the foam gasket for the bottom of the tank. So it can't go in yet anyway. I've got all the bump stops and everything to go on here, but I am missing the two little collars that go on top of the lowering blocks, and I can't justify paying 50 quid or 55 quid for a lowering block set just for two little rings. So I'm possibly going to have something made for that. Try and save a bit of money, because I don't want the bill running away on the customer. Bought a second-hand handbrake rod from Escort Tech. That come yesterday or the day before. I'll get that blasted, painted and fitted. I've got a brand new handbrake cable on its way. I've got to swap these bolts, and it turns out the poly bushes that are fitted, the sleeves are either the wrong sleeves or they've not been machined properly, so the correct bolts will not fit. So I don't know what I'm going to do there, whether I pull the bushes out and re-drill the sleeves or what, not sure yet. That's a job for another day. All the fuel lines are in, like I said, hooked up at the front. Still need to find out what we do about the return line for IDFs, whether it runs it or not. Anyway, we'll find out. Bottom bell housing bolts are in, the bell on the gearbox, which highlighted the engine mount problem. Roll bar. So when the car come, it had a 20mm rusty roll bar on it. I measured it up, spotted 20mm straight away. So I had a nice 22, just wanted a little lick of paint. Pretty good, but it was chipped in places. So I come back last night to swap that. I had a pig of a job, and the reason I had a pig of a job was because it had two passenger TCAs on which he hadn't spotted. Last minute, I spotted it, swapped the TCA for a driver's one, and it all went together. New poly bushes, new gold zinc nuts and washers. Yeah, all I'm waiting on now is I need some 22mm anti-roll bar mount polys for here, and then I'll give these a lick of paint and get them back together. So yeah, that's this week. Like I said, I would have liked to have got a lot more done. There's plenty of setbacks, plenty of problems, lots of interruptions, lots of reasons I had to stop, but it's made some progress. It's moved forward. I'm happy. Spoke to the owner yesterday and give him a progress update, and he's over the moon. So what I did say was I need to take it off the ramp now and get the old Red Beauty on there. So not tomorrow, if we get a chance I'll swap them today. If not, it'll be Monday. This one will be going on the ramp and I'll start getting stuck into this one, getting some work done. I think first job is pull the axle off it. Back axle needs painting, needs a rear disc conversion. Check the crown wheel and pinion, see what ratio's in it. Check to see what diff's in it. It should be the gripper diff, because the owner can't find a gripper diff, so it's possibly already fitted. But anyway, that's next week's job. Yeah, there's old Nora Batty. Like I say, she's been a bit of a pain. Monday she was, really testing me. I was having a bad day Monday with her. But pushed on, managed to get some jobs done, made some progress. So it's not all bad. Those are looking good. Hopefully you can turn that servo around pretty quick and I can get all the brakes bled up. And yeah, I put a post out on Facebook looking for some 9-inch RS2000 back plates, and a guy gonna touch me, I forget his name now. I know his YouTube handle is Slim Shady, I forget the rest of it, but anyway, thank you. The back plates turned up today in better condition than I thought he was, so I give him a quick shot blast in a blast cabinet, etch primed, painted. So in this video I'm gonna strip the back end down again, get the right back plates on there, get all the brakes built, and hopefully get a handbrake on there as well. See how far we get. So here's our 9-inch back plates. Some pitting on them, but generally they're in good condition. You still read the part number on them. Never seen that before. Far better than I was expecting, so I'm made up with them. Like I say, quick blast over, etch prime, paint satin black, job done. There's the strut casings and brake kit, hubs and set up for the red Escort. Pretty impressive bit of kit. So yeah, I'm going to get these on the car. Get the, if you haven't seen the previous video, the car had been fitted with Capri back plates, hence why nothing fitted properly. So we're going to get these swapped. New cylinders, new shoes, new shoe fitting kit, brand new drums. Hopefully I can get it all together today. Shouldn't be any more problems. Also, the power of YouTube. In one of the videos of Nora, I said I was missing these things. So these go on top of the lowering blocks and locate the axle so there's no movement. And I was missing them. The lowering blocks are on the car and the long U-bolts, but these were missing. So you can't just buy these, as far as I'm aware, you can't just buy these. You have to buy a full lowering block kit for 55 quid just for these. Now, a guy I know, Dean, was watching the video and he'd chucked a set in his van and took him over to GS today and was planning on coming over here, but I just happened to go to GS and meet him and I got these. So now it saved me going out buying a full lowering block set for 2 little spaces. So that's another job I can get done now. I can get all the spring pads and spring cups, these things and the bump stops all in place, and finally get the back axle torqued down. So I'm going to concentrate on the back axle now. So if you haven't watched the previous video, this is my problem. That's the drum all the way on. As you can see, I've got a huge gap here. I think in some places you can actually see the shoes. And that's because these are RS2000, all the brakes are RS2000, but the back plates are Capri and the spacing is slightly different. The Capri has a much deeper rear drum and bigger shoes, hence why things aren't lining up, not working. So I'm gonna get them swapped. These are brand new drums, so what I'm gonna do while they're off is degrease them, give them a clean up, give them a coat of heat-proof black, just to protect them, make them last a bit longer. Yeah, I'm gonna get into it now. Yeah, need 2 hands to get that off there. So I just whipped the passenger side back plate off because the only thing I'd fitted on this was the brake cylinder. I built up the driver's side completely to find there was a problem. So the passenger side was just back plate, cylinder, half shaft. Popped it all off, and now that they're side by side, it's quite noticeable the difference. That's the problem right there. That centre's deeper than the Escort one, hence why it's throwing everything off. When you've got them side by side, it's quite obvious, but when you've just got them on the car, also as well, the recess here for the brake cylinder, the Escort one doesn't have it, so hence why it's throwing everything off. But without having the two side by side, it's pretty hard to know. Oh yeah, quite noticeably different. Oh well, never mind, problem solved. Let's get them built up and get them on. So you have it, one side built up. I always try and, I find it works easier leaving a half shaft out. You're not trying to work around a half shaft if you can. I'm quite lucky this axle's not had the oil in it yet, so pulling the half shaft out isn't a problem. I always back the adjuster right off as well, and then just before I use the handbrake, just pump the foot brake, get the cylinder to push out and self-adjust. In theory, if it works. That's one side down. That's the passenger side done. I'm just gonna slide the half shaft in, back into there, pull the two bolts out, put the half shaft in proper, line it up, tighten it up, and then I can paint the drum and fit it. And that's the side. Oh no, it's not done. I've got to put the gaiters on the back and the little brake stops, and that's one side done. Already, I've noticed this was touching on the back plate on the other side. I'll show you. See when it scratched it? I've never come across that before, and it's because it was the wrong back plate. Should have known. I should have known. But it was Graham at GS Classic Fords, credit where it's due. He spotted it. Well, he didn't spot it. I took the shoes and the drums over to him, and he said, has it got Capri back plates? I don't know. So he bought me a back plate and we checked it, and he was right. So credit where it's due. Right then, get the half shaft in and get the drum painted and on. So that's one side complete. Bit of lost words. Satin black engine paint, aerosol. I don't like hand paint. Just looks a bit neat with aerosol. As you can see, they're sitting nice up against the drums, against the back plates now. They're turning. Can't turn it because there's an LSD. Back end's finished too. Gaiters on. Brake stops on. Original brake stop cleaned up. All new zincs and bolts and stuff. Make sure you put spring washers on there. You don't want your bolts backing out. Yep, that's one side finished. Now I've got to strip down this side. Get the 2.8 back plate off. Same again. And that's the driver's side completed too. Gator on the back, all brake lines are in, new hardware, locking washers, gaiters, new, well it's not new, that's an original one cleaned up. Brake stop. Well done. Something I've realised as well is that this brake stop was missing in the pin. So I went in my little collection and found one in there. And every one of these I pick up second hand is always painted black. So I'm assuming the axle was built and painted as one. I may be wrong, but why would every one of these be black? It just can't be coincidence. The nylon, you still see some of the black paint on it there, I can't get it off. Every one of them is black, and the only piece that isn't is the face that's jammed up against the back plate. So all these concourse cars that have got these cleaned up and perfectly yellow or white or whatever, I think they're wrong. I might be wrong myself. It's just too much of a coincidence though. Anyway, that's the boring stuff done. So I didn't bother filming any of that, but the next job I did after the brakes was the all spring insulators and lowering blocks, bump stops, all torqued up. Same on the other side. Another job ticked off. Thanks to Dean. Thank you, Dean. Bailed me out there. Well, didn't really bail me out, but saved the customer about 50 quid. So yeah, another job ticked off. Back brakes are done. I can't finish the back brakes, as in the handbrake rod and cable, because one, the handbrake rod wants blasting and painting. It's 10 o'clock at night, I can't be asked. Sorry, excuse me, I can't be bothered firing up the compressor. I swore there. Anyway, can't be bothered firing up the compressor and blasting the handbrake rod. I've got a new handbrake cable to go on, I've got all the pins, and the other problem is I've just gone through the boxes and realised I haven't actually got a handbrake handle. I've got the gator and it's around, but no handle, so I have to pick one of them up. So the handbrake will have to hold fire for the time being, but I managed to get the axle located. Quite happy with that. If anyone wants to know as well, because I'm sure people will ask the question, that's the paint used on the drums. I've used it on engine blocks, heads, and it's really good stuff. Covers well. Doesn't really react much as long as you give it a good degrease first. Yep, that's the stuff. eBay, I think it's about 11 quid a can. It's worth every penny. Hello, welcome back. It's Saturday morning. When I last spoke, it was Christ, what's going on here? Got a hat on. This is the last video. In the last video, it was Thursday night. I was assembling all the rear brakes. It's now Saturday morning because I wasn't in work yesterday. I had to have a day off. I think in the last video, I'd got up to the part where I needed to fit the handbrake handle, handbrake cable, rod, and realised I didn't actually have a handbrake handle at the time, and a handbrake rod needed blasting and painting. So I sourced a handbrake handle, blasted them both because it was a little bit crusty in places, primed them, painted them, so I'm going to get them fitted this morning. Right, so there we have it. Got a second-hand handbrake handle, blasted and painted. Got all the pins for the handbrake, so you've got one for the handbrake and one for both levers. We've got a brand new cable and a blasted, primed and painted handbrake rod. Also got the surround. I've blasted this. Actually, need to blast it underneath, but anyway, yeah, blasted. That needs priming and painting. Handbrake handle wants to clean up, and then that can go on. The gator needs to clean up too, and that can go back on. But I'm going to get all these in now and get the handbrake working. There we have it. Pretty straightforward. 2 M8 bolts, spring washers and normal washers, just so it doesn't work loose. They said I've still got the gator to go on and the handle, but I'm not overly concerned on that for the time being. Let's just get it functioning. That was pretty straightforward. So handbrake cable in. Where are we? Where's my little pin? There we go. So you look up here. You get your little pin. Can be a bit of a pain when you've got a prop shaft in. So pin and cables in. Obviously you've got your cable adjuster here, and then if you go around the back, you got your handbrake rod with another pin into the lever, and then over this side, cable goes through the handbrake rod and into this rear lever. That's it. We now have a functioning handbrake. I'm not concerning myself too much with adjustment just yet. Obviously, it should be about 3 clicks on the handbrake to make it MOT compliant. I think it's no more than 3 for MOT compliancy. But I mean, I'm not concerning myself because I want to get all the brakes bled up and get all the adjusters, the self-adjusters working on the foot brake, and then just the handbrake up to suit. Yeah, finally, I've got rear brakes working. Only thing left to do is I spoke to Pass Parts about the servo. They've received it now, so they're going to look at that early next week. See what's involved, see if it's repairable or not. Fingers crossed they can salvage some of it, get that back, and then the master cylinder can go back on, and I complete the full brake system, because that is everything in now. All the pipes, cables, everything. So I'm hoping soon to be able to bleed the brakes up and get all them finished. For the time.
Well, welcome back to SC Classics. It's Monday night. You can see I've got cars masked up in the background. Been doing a bit of paintwork on Nora. Just repainting the black on the back panel because it'd been painted a bit too low. So the pinstripe would be in the wrong place. I think it should be about 15-16 mil from the trim line. This was about 20, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it does throw. When you look at the back of the car, the black should come off the bottom of the boot lid, and this was way lower, so it looked funny from the back. And then also your pinstripe, your top pinstripe comes off the top edge of the black. Can't remember, I have to check on that. So what it does is not only throws off the boot lid at the back, it looks funny, but it also throws off your pinstripe on the full car. So I had to rectify it. So I had to flat down the edges this morning, put a bit of primer on, and then painted it in 2K satin black. That's all dry now. I also I thought I'd fit rear bumper, because now that the back panel's painted I can. And then I found out when they'd painted the rear bumper, they'd put some funny tech screws or something through the brackets with big washers on. So when I removed them, there was like a ring around it, they put quite a big washer on there. And when I'm putting the correct bumper bolts in, it had bare metal on show. So I had to prep and paint the rear bumper. But I'll show you that now. So there we have it. Repainted the back panel. Like I say, it come off this line here, so it was quite a bit further down. It actually looks like the black's higher than the boot lid, but it's because there's no boot seal on there at the minute. When the boot lifts up a touch, it'll line up nicely. Like I say, now the pinstripe can go on off this top edge, and it should be good. As I said, painted the rear bumper too. Again, 2K satin black. Some of you will notice it's not a proper RS2000 bumper, it hasn't got the brackets on the end. It's just a cut down standard bumper. But anyway, yeah, did a big washes on there, so that's been repainted now. So I'm picking up some new bumper bolts, rear bumper bolts tomorrow from GS. And also, oh come on gimbal, wakey. Hello, no, there we go. I'm also picking up the little steel inserts that go in the boot lid, so I can get the black badge on. I've repainted the Escort badge, that's ready to fit. I just need the insert and get that on. Get the RS2000 decal on. I'm going to get the lights on tomorrow. Rear bumper. I can also get the fuel tank in now. Got the customer supplied a filler neck, but it's one of the old style, really thick, awful ones. They've since been reproduced by Stage 1 Motorsport, and they're brilliant. Can't thank Trevor enough. Brilliant job. So I'm going to fit one of them, get the filler neck in, get the tank in. Plumb the tank up, get the feed and return in on the bottom. I've got the got the bottom tank fitting, blasted, painted, blasted, primed and painted. I've got the filter to go on the bottom of that, give that a clean up. I've also got, just dropped it, new filler neck cork gasket, new gasket for the bottom of the tank fitting, and I've also got the foam ring to go on the bottom of the tank too. So pretty much everything to get the fuel tank in, so that's tomorrow's job. I've also got, tomorrow morning, delivered the sequential gearbox for the red Escort. So, excuse me, I'll probably spend tomorrow morning, maybe tomorrow, getting a lot of work done on Nora, and then I'm going to swap it over again and put the red one on the ramp and hopefully fit the engine and gearbox. I'm excited to show you that. Not nearly as much as excited as I am to hit it running and smash it through the gearbox, because I've never driven a car with sequential. Been in one, never driven one, but I'm excited. So
tomorrow will be a big day, not just for Nora, but for old Red. Anyway, that's all for now. I will update tomorrow. So there we have it. We've got a boot seal on there now. Boot lid lines up pretty nice. Happy with that. Back lights are in, fit pretty good considering the copy lights. Now, I've not actually changed anything on the side, I've just repainted it. The only thing I've changed is the height. Yeah, quite happy with that. Lights are all in, all working properly. I tried fitting a brand new reproduction boot seal, and lo and behold, it was too thick and the boot lid wouldn't even shut. Now it's shutting quite nice. It's up a little bit on the sides, but I'm sure it'll flatten out. Getting pretty good for copy lights. All working. The only thing I can't test is the reverse lights because I don't have the little black piece of wire with like the press stud that goes onto reverse switch. I think it's got a little bullet connector on it. I need to get one of them. So I can't test the reverse lights yet, but indicators, brake lights, side lights, all working. So I'm quite happy with that. What I'm going to do now is fit the... I was going to go home, and then I thought, well, I'm here now. Inner arch covers. Picked these up from Aldridge, I think it was. Expensive, 20 odd quid. So you've got the vinyl covers and you've got the backing as well. So I've just trial fitted a back seat in there. I've only got the upright, I haven't got the base. It's not the actual seat for this, but it's a seat. So I've just marked out where they need to be, because these are only quite small compared to the ones I'm used to using. So marked it out, I'll get them cleaned up, some good old spray adhesive, and get these in. And then I'm going home because it's about 10:30 at night on a Monday. I've got to be back early in the morning to take delivery of the gearbox for the red one. So I'll get these knocked out quick and then I'm off home. So that's the foam backing stuck in place. You can see, pretty straightforward. Clean it up, bit of oh god, fumes are getting to me already. I just used a bit of panel wipe, clean up the tub. There's no grease or dust or anything on there, and then spray adhesive both the tub and the arch liner. Stick it on. I always try and stay away from this edge a bit, because what I found in the past, yeah, this is a nasty repair. What I found in the past is if you go right up to the edge with the foam, you have a problem getting your rear quarter card on. You have to push off the foam, so try and stay away from the edges. Probably give 5-10 mil down the edge, just so your rear quarter card fits alright. And you always get creases in this, but I try and make sure the creases are out the way so you won't see them. It's just a funny old shape. Maybe you don't always get creases in. I always do, but I'm not a trimmer, so you live and learn. There we have it, arch liners in. Good job ticked off. Are they perfect? Probably not. Are they done? Yes, they are. It's late at night and I'm going home. I think once the quarter cards are in, the seats are in, you probably won't even notice them. Never mind. Hello, it's Tuesday night. Not really filmed anything today. Just been carrying on with Nora, as you can see in the background. I'll show you what I've been up to today. So basically, I think yesterday got the back panel painted. Well, I say it was painted, it was already painted, but it was a little bit low. I don't think it's 100% correct on the sides, but the problem is it's already painted as wide as it can be, really, so I can't start correcting that. But the height's good. Lines up the tailgate nice. Got the backlights in. Here we can show them. Backlights are all in, working. Escort. I got the 3 little clips from GS Classic 4s this morning, so get the badge on. Got the RS2000 decal on. Got the backlights in, all working, sitting nice. Rear bumper, I got painted yesterday because when they painted it, it had a washer on one of the bolts. So when I tried putting a proper bumper bolt in, you could see bare metal. So I flatted that down. Bit of primer, some satin black. Got it on there, bit of messing around with bumper brackets because he was reproduction bumper brackets, so he wasn't quite bent as they should be, but I don't know why my camera's gone out of focus. There we go. Got them sorted, so the bumper's sitting nice. Got the end caps on, got them sitting nice, number plate lights in. Got the full exhaust on it. It's got a Sportex twin box system. Tailpipe was a little bit damaged, been scuffed and had some overspray and stuff on, so I just scotched that down and give it a lick of paint just so it looks a bit fresh. Yeah, looks good. I think last night I got the arch guards, arch vinyl covers in, and today got the rear bulkhead in too. Just click the lights on. I think it's got a bit of a bad earth problem on the back, maybe. Oh, and now the indicators have stopped working, full stop. I think the battery's flat. That'll be why. Yeah, battery's going really flat on the car. But yeah, get an idea. When my gimbal decides to play the game. There you go. Yeah, get an idea. All looking good. Yeah, you see all the lights flashing. Battery must be really flat. But yeah. What you'll also notice is it's now got no glass. Because one, it's got no headlining, so the glass has to come out to fit the headlining so we can tuck up, you know, glue to the top of the door edge, glue around the windows, etc. So it's got a brand new headline that's got to go in, so all the glass has to go out for that. The other reason is all the glass is scratched, then we've got a brand new bronze tint glass set coming from Ricky Evans Windscreens, I think it's called, Ricky Evans Motorsport in Tamworth. That should be here any day now. And the third reason the glass has to come out is because although it's painted around the windows satin black and generally it's right, you know, everything looks good. On the rear pillar here, the trim comes down to here, the black C-pillar trim, and as you can see it'll come to, I think it comes to about here, and the black stops short, so all I have to do is flat off this edge, scotch all this. I've marked out on the fine line tape where the bottom line needs to come to, so basically it's going to come to there and just swoop in just to finish it off, and then I'll have to mask out the rest of it, mask out the car and repaint, which is massive pain having to do all that just for that little piece. But as you know, if I just paint this satin black, chances are it won't match up to this or even the dividing channel for the wind there, so I'm just going to paint a lot just to be sure it all matches up. And it'll also match the back panel as well because it's the same satin black. So yeah, bit of a pain, but needs must. That's what I'm on with now. I've just popped all the glass out, pretty straightforward. Just a little pry bar, little plastic pry bar so it doesn't damage anything, and just put a bit of pressure on the glass and push it out. Yeah, that's my job for tonight. I'll crack on, get it all masked up, get all the satin black scotched down and get it painted. I'm ready for a headlining tomorrow, and hopefully the glass set will be here any day now. Oh, another thing, you might notice it's now got a fuel cap. That's because it also has a fuel tank. Ta-da! Brand new fuel tank, brand new filler neck from Trevor at Stage 1 Motorsport, which fitted a treat. Got the overflow, the breather pipe coming in. I just need to put you can't really see it, but there's a little rubber pipe that comes out and pops out the back panel, just behind the bumper there, little vent. Just got to put that in. And I've also got to put the sender unit in. I'm yet to clean that up and test it, make sure it's working. And then I can put the return line into it, but the feed to the engine is plumbed into the tank. It's just the return that needs plumbing into the sender unit. So yeah, that's what I've been up to. I'm going to carry on scotching, prepping, masking, and get this black done tonight. Looking all right. So we're back again, working on Nora. It's a little update. I think last night I was starting to, I can't actually remember what I filmed last night, but anyway, last night popped all the windows out, started masking up the car and prepped around the windows, all the satin black, because although it looked nice, it was just wrong on the C-pillars at the back where the trim was on it. And I'll show you now anyway. It's easy to just show you then explain it. So basically, the satin black had already been done around the windows and pretty much all of it was good, apart from this come up here, and hard to see, but it come up and went up here. So sort of stopped short here and it looked stupid when the C-pillar trim was on. So masked up the full car, wet flatted the edge off so it wasn't obvious. Scotched the rest of it and repainted it in 2K satin black. But the problem was I was concerned because it was originally done a little bit glossier. Well, it was painted glossier. Now I know it shouldn't be that glossy, so I've had it done in satin black so it looks proper. So I couldn't just paint the back, I also had to paint the front door as well, and all the gutter trim and all the obviously inside. You can see if my gimbal wakes up, all inside here is done as well. So it was hours of masking up to do very little work, but it looks better, looks more authentic. The only thing left to paint is the dividing channel that separates the quarter light from the drop glass, because that's still done in quite a glossy black. But I've run out of paint, so I'll get some more paint tomorrow, get that scotched down. Excuse me, get that painted, and then that's done. I had a delivery today of a brand new bronze tint glass set from Ricky Evans Motorsport. I've opened the box, I've not got any of it out yet, but brand new glass set in there. The only thing I'll have to do is pop the steel frames off the bottom of the drop glass and bond them to the new drop glass. And then that can go in. Well, it can't actually, because another thing is it's got no headlining. The customer supplied a new headlining, and I'm not knocking it, but as soon as I started putting any tension on it, the stitching started popping. It was a brand of headline I've never used before. I've always used East Kent trims, and I'm not saying they're perfect, but I've had pretty good results with them. And this one wasn't an East Kent. I'm not going to give the name away, but as soon as I started putting any tension on it, the stitching started popping, and I hadn't even really got that much tension in it because it was still quite saggy. So sadly, I was looking forward to, well, I wasn't looking forward to it. I hate doing headlinings, but I wanted to get the headlining in and get all the glass in, and it was a big step forward. Sadly, that's not to be. I've just had to order another headlining. Hopefully that'll be here, well, soon as really. Other things are done. Got the rear bulkhead in, got the wing mirrors on. What else? I think that's it for the time being. Got another job in today, so I didn't get to spend much time on this one today. But yeah, obviously got the C-pillar trims on now, new C-pillar fitting kit, and C-pillars are on. Yeah, just looked a little bit neater. A lot of work to rectify something so small, but it stood out, especially black against Nordic blue. It was really quite obvious, and it bugged me from the minute I seen the car. In fact, when I walked into the car to see the car for the first time, I walked in and seen this rear quarter. As soon as I walked in, I noticed the black on the back panel was too low, and this light just stood out, just really obvious. Anyway, it's rectified now. Starting to look good. I'm quite happy with it. I'm just gutted about that headlining because I was on a bit of a roll. I was getting through the jobs, and that's just a little setback, little hold up. But these things happen. I'm sure the new one will be here soon enough, and I'll be able to get it in and get all the glass in. exhaust on as well. Don't know if I've shown you that. Sportex 2¼ inch twin box system. Can't even talk. Should sound alright. I'll tell you what I'm going to do next. I'll get the tank breather in. Nice easy job. That can't really go wrong, can it? Famous last words. So it's Saturday morning, end of another week with Nora. Got a fair few bits done this week. Quite happy with progress. Only one setback, being the headlining. But I've got another one ordered. That should be here early next week, so I can get that done. Start getting some glass in there and get some interior in properly. I'll be picking all the seats and door cards and wheels up early next week. So once the glass is in, you can build all the interior. Looking forward to seeing full interior in it. Some glass, new glass. Now we're on the subject of glass. This is the original drop glass out of Nora. It's all scratched and had window tints on it, and so we've ordered a brand new glass set, but the brand new glass set doesn't come with the channels that go on the bottom. So carefully unpick them. Gotta be very careful or you'll break the glass. Basically, originally it just had this rubber and then this pushed on. What I do is clean them all up, and I put a little bit of, just a little touch of Tiger Seal in there, just to make sure it sticks proper, and then a little touch more in the channel, and bond them all onto the new glass, and then the new glass can be fitted, which is sat in this big box from Ricky Evans. There's also a heated windscreen for Scarlett. That's the name. I've been told by the customer, Scarlett, the Tarmac Arch Mark II. Anyway, back to Nora. We've got a full exhaust system on now. The only thing I've not got on, I've got to work out what to do, is some exhaust rubbers, because it doesn't fit great. So I'll have to work something out with that. We've got back brakes. I can't remember what I've shown you in the video. But yeah, exhaust's on. We're not far off starting it. Hopefully next week I'll have run it for the first time. It's got to put some gearbox oil in it, fill the diff up, put the sender unit in, I've put some fuel in it, plug leads, rocker cover, and give it a go. It is currently on an AccuSpark, so I'll start it up on the AccuSpark, make sure the engine's healthy and runs, and then that'll be getting pulled out, and it'll either be getting a Beztec or a H&H, I'm not sure yet, not decided, but really needs to make a decision soon and get one ordered. All fuel tanks in now, all bolted up, return lines in. I'll show you what's going on up top. So a quick recap, corrected the black on the back panel. This now comes off the boot lid at the right height, so all the pinstripes can go on in the right position. Escort badge on, RS2000 decal, rear bumper painted, end caps on. Corrected the black around the windows when the camera wakes up. So now, because it did curve up here and look stupid, it's corrected now. Also repainted, because this was quite a gloss colour. Didn't want to try and match it, so I just repainted all around the doors, all around the windows, gutter trims, the lot. A lot of work to just rectify something so stupid, but it needed doing. C-pillar trims are on. Carpet's in. That's like the original carpet. The customer supplied the original carpet and a reproduction 2-piece one, which is a lot thicker. From experience, they don't fit great. They're okay, but it'll never fit as good as an original one. To be fair, the original one's pretty good, so for me it's a no-brainer, original one. We got the handbrake gaiter in with the little surround painted and fitted. Seat belts in. Well, the seat belts on the tunnel, still got to fit the ones to the pillars on the floor, but there's no point because the rear quarter cards aren't in, the sill trims aren't in. Got the gear stick gaiters on, wing mirrors, door mirrors, sorry, not wing mirrors. It's got both its mirrors now. What else? Oh, some new zinc bolts in the engine bay just to make it look pretty. Strut top's all torqued up, locked up. Started building this door up in a door handle, bars and whatnot. Ready, it's basically ready for the glass now. I had to repaint the dividers because obviously there was a gloss compared to the rest of it. So first job next week will be bond the guides into the new glass, get the dividers in, all the new glass, get this door built. I need to put the interior door handle and bar on that side and a couple of other bits and pieces, then I can get that door built. Like I say, hopefully headline will be here early next week and get that in, and then get all the rest of the glass fitted. That's a big step forward. Need to check in with past parts to see where they're up to with the servo, because that's going to be a hold up. I'm hoping next week the rocker cover will be back from the machine shop as well and get that on. Yeah, all coming together. One concern I've got is the bumper. The grille has been painted in this, I'd say satin, but it's quite glossy for satin. And the headlight cowls haven't been painted. Now I need to try and match this level of satin with these, otherwise they're going to look stupid. So I may have to paint the cowls and the grille. We'll see what it looks like. But yeah, that's progress this week. No, it doesn't look like it's changed a great deal, but I've got some of the jobs that I've been putting off, like painting around the windows and the back panel. I've been putting them off because I know it's quite a pain for such a small job. Such a large amount of labour and time for such a small job, but it's done. So I was hoping the headlining would have gone in and it would have freed up, well, hello camera. It would have, these things were, like the back panel was holding me up. I couldn't get the bumper on, couldn't get the lights in, couldn't get the fuel tank in. So there were so many little jobs that could be done after the back panel was painted. Same with the black around the windows. Now that that's done, all the headlining can go in, glass can go in. It just opens the door for so much work. So, yeah, all being well, by the end of next week, it'll have a headlining, glass, interior, maybe even running. We'll see. You'll have to tune in for that next week. So, as I was saying, did go up to the owners last night and picked up some parts, including the wheels. Now, I was under the impression, I don't know whether I just misheard or I was under the impression it was getting 7-inch JBW wheels. When I got there, it's actually on 6-inch. So I was a little bit disheartened. I thought it looked really nice on the 7s, but it's not my car, and they're brand new, they're nice and shiny. They'll do the job. Just not my cup of tea. But it's also not my car, so it's not my decision. Yesterday I did bond the channels onto the bottom of the drop glass, just some black tiger seal. Originally they didn't have it, but it's just a little precaution for me. Last thing I want is the window coming out of the channel. Got the dividing channel in and the brand new quarter light. I reused the original quarter light seals because these are really good condition. No point replacing. Got the window channel all the way around the outside. That's that done. Luckily the customer had the inner door pull and bar, so that's all that built up now. I've just got to fit the inner glass seals, outer weather strips and all the clips, and that's all that done. I can get the door card on then. I did pick up the door cards yesterday. I've not checked them yet. I do know they've got speakers in them, but anyway, I can get that door. I'm looking to get these doors finished today. Now, onto my boo-boo. In previous video, shown the arch liners, the vinyl arch covers, and I said he was quite short. I'd never used them before. I always remember to be much bigger. What I did was I put a rear seat in there that I had here. Well, not a base, just an upright, and put it in there, marked out the arch, put the arch liners in, job done. I then got the rear quarter cards yesterday from the owner, give them a lick of paint because he was looking a bit dull and grey. Fitted them, and then I thought, I can't fit the parcel shelf because the rear screen's not in. Can't fit the rear screen because the headline is not in. But I'll try to fit the back seat just to see, and you can already see the problem. It would appear that this back seat is thinner than the back seat I've got over there. So now I've got a gap. And I can't live with that, and I wouldn't expect the owner to either. So what I did was I thought I'll go on eBay and I'll see if they do some arch liners. And I went on eBay. I got these from Aldridge Trim. I think it was like 27 quid delivered. I went on eBay and then I found Mark II vinyl arch covers, which are a lot bigger, and they've got the strip that goes up onto the parcel shelf like the ones I've always used from Aldridge Trim. So I then checked my invoice, and sure enough, the invoice says Mark I Escort 2-door. So I've actually ordered the wrong arch liners. So yeah, being completely transparent, not everything's hunky-dory. Occasionally I make mistakes, and in this instance I made 2. I fitted Mark I arch. I ordered Mark I arch covers. First mistake. Second mistake, I fitted them too low. So now I've just got a steel splinter in my finger. Well done. I've now got a, luckily I just dropped the back seat in to trial fit it. It's not staying anyway, it has to come back out. So I'll pop that back out. I've then got to pop out the rear quarter cards again, and I've got to remove them arch liners and fit the proper ones when they come later this week. So this morning's not been a good morning. Slight setback, slightly disheartening. Cost me 27 quid in parts, 26 quid. It's not the end of the world, but it's also cost me some time, which I can't charge the customer for because it's my problem. Never mind, not every day is a good one, but yeah, that's where we're up to. But what I'll do next is I'm gonna, like I say, get these rubbers in, get these seals in, get the door cards on. Hopefully that'll pick me up a little bit. Who knows? I'm also very disheartened over the wheels. Wheels make or break a car, and yeah, they're nice and clean, and just would have been. The problem I've got is these are copies of Mark II RS2000 wheels, but these are really shallow, so they look more like Mark I Fiesta Super Sport wheels. Anyway, just gonna have to move on. It's one of them things, can't do anything about it. They look alright, they're nice and clean. They're just not what I was expecting. So it's Thursday morning. I don't think I filmed anything yesterday. I had Tuesday night off. Couldn't be bothered. I was really tired, wasn't feeling great. But as you can see, Nora's come along a little bit. You'll notice it's got its brand new glass set, bronze tint. But in order to fit the glass, we needed a headlining. Oh. And that was last night's job. Job I don't like doing. I really do hate them. But it turned out alright. I think I've done, in total, I think this is my 5th ever headlining. Still a couple of little creases up there which I'm not particularly happy about, but generally looks good, nice and tight. Do a job. Also got the rear parcel shelf in, C-pillar trims, grab handles, what are we? Sun visors, interior light, rear view mirror. I've scrubbed the rear view mirrors, sun visors as much as I could. Clearly this guy smoked, or the previous owner smoked. Used all kinds of different scrubbing brushes and upholstery cleaners, and that is the best I can do, sadly. Me arch liners have just turned up in the post, so I can replace the Mark I Escorts. So back seat back out, rear quarter cards out, and get the proper arch liners in. And something no one's picked up on yet. Well, I don't think I have the quarter cards in. They're base model quarter cards. It also has base model door cards, but it has a clock and pod, and it's having a center console, and that's a base model carpet, and it has alloy wheels. And when my gimbal catches up, it has a black back panel. That's because the car is actually a base model, but it's got fishnets, it's got a black back panel, alloys, center console, and that's because when he bought it, it was already done, so he's just putting it back that way. But he is sticking with the base model door cards just because he's got the original ones for the car and they're going in. I also fitted the the inner drop glass seals, which don't fit very well. I think the clips are wrong, so I'm going to replace them. Outer drop glass seals. So once the door card's on, I'll replace the clips on the inners. That's the doors done. Also fitted some new, God, there we go. Some new door striker plates and screws. I need to get some new door seals because sadly the old ones are knackered. I didn't want to replace them with new ones because, as you know, the new ones are dead thick and the doors tend to be a pain to shut. But needs must. They're split and damaged, and I'm gonna have to replace them. So once I put new door seals in, put the sill trims in, kick panels are in, just waiting for the alley mounts for the seat belts, the spacers, and then the seat belts can go in. I bought a set of new console brackets for the centre console because they're missing. Centre console can go in. And then front seats. So yeah, it's moving along well. It's nice to see it with a full glass set in properly. Wasn't too bad. Like I say, yesterday started trimming out the headline and getting it to where I wanted it to, clipping it up, and then come back last night, got it all glued in. Then popped all the front rear screens in, rear quarter seals, parcel shelf, and then come in today and put all the visors and handles and everything in. There's the look at that, proper arch liners. Tell them Mark 2 because they come up onto the parcel shelf. There's the Mark 1s of this little piece down here. My mistake, never mind. I'll get them swapped over this afternoon and then the rear seats can go in. And there we go, much better. Proper arch liners in. Back seats are all fitted properly now. Rear quarter cards are back in. I've just got to give the ashtrays a lick of paint and get them in. There we go. Looking good. That's the back end nearly complete now. So that's the end of another busy week at SC Classics. Plenty of work done on Nora. It's progressed a lot. You might notice it's off the ramp. It's not permanent, but I needed to get a Scarlet, as you can see in the background, the red Ultimate Fast Road car, back on the ramp to do the engine and gearbox. So yeah, pull Nora off and I'll just briefly go over what's been done and end off the video. So sitting nice on its new wheels, door's not shut proper, still to adjust that. But generally this week it's had new wheels, headlining, full glass set, grab handles, you know, all the roof headlining built up. Redid the rear arch liners, rear quarter cards, door cards, wipers, lots of little bits and pieces. Built all the doors. There's not a lot left on this car now, really isn't. I was hoping to get it running this week, but I got carried away with all the interior and other bits and pieces and other little jobs that just come in and out of the workshop. So, but yeah, generally it's moved along quite well. I'm pleased with it. Lots of progress. Gotta repair the centre console and paint it black because it turns out it's actually brown. I had that upstairs in the office stored away. Fit the brackets to the floor and stuff because this car is a base model and never had a centre console. Yeah, I actually got the car out in the daylight yesterday, rolled it outside and it's sitting nice. It's actually looking really good. I was talking to the owner the other day and I'm quite pleased with how it's turning out. It's going to be a nice presentable RS2000. I'm sure it'll get lots of interest when it's out on the road. It's sitting nice. It's not too low. I say a 2-inch drop on it. Yeah, it's just looking nice and crisp. I'm quite pleased with it. So we've got Nora back on the lift. As you can see, still missing the servo. But over here, we took delivery yesterday of a refurbished servo. Come back from past parts. Yeah, it's a bit pitted. It's not the best looking, but it's functional. So I will show you what I'm talking about because before, set this up. There we have it. So before, the rod was only moving in probably 10 mil if we're lucky. Now, it's functioning as it should. So I didn't ask what they done. It's black magic to me. Never took servo apart in my life, so I won't try and explain what's going on. All I know is it runs off vacuum and it makes your brakes better. Anyway, I'm going to get this fitted now and get all the brakes bled up. So as you can see, we've got Nora on the ramp. So it's been a long day. All the master cylinders fitted, servos fitted, brakes are bled up, no leaks, good brake pedal, so can't ask for more than that. I am just currently prepping the centre console because apart from being damaged, cracked, split, it's also a brown centre console. It's not original for the car because the car's a base model. So I had to do some repairs today. Now that it's all set, I'm gonna give it a good prep and degrease and whatnot, plastic prime, and then do it in a matte satin black to match the rest of the interior. So I'll show you some of the repairs I've done. It was, to be honest, yeah, it was pretty bad. So I just made do. It'll work. There's no more splits in it, so I'll just gonna lick a paint on. I'm sure it'll look fine. So here's the item. You can see. You may not be able to see. It's actually brown. And this car has a full black interior, so needs painting. Now I'll try and show you. You can see the scratches and all the little scratches. These are all cracks and splits. It's pretty bad actually. It went up into the back here. There's another one down here. There was, I think that was one. So what I did was heated it up, bent it all back into place, super glued the cracks, and then on the back side I cut some tin plate just to act as a reinforcement. It looks a bit crude, but it's nice and solid now. It's not going to split again. These are quite, if you've never worked on one of these before, they're quite delicate. So what I did was drilled loads of holes in a piece of tin. Actually folded it back up onto this edge as well. Drilled lots of holes in, tiger seal, pushed it on, smeared the tiger seal through the holes just to reinforce it and make it solid. And that's not going anywhere. So I worked, once it's prepped and painted, it shouldn't be as visible. The next repair was, as you can see on the side mounts, I'm going to recess with a hole in. On this side, it just had a big gaping hole. So I managed to press up a little sort of, don't know what you'd call it, looks like a steel bucket if you like, drilled a hole in. And there was some bits of plastic left, so I put some tiger seal in there, pushed the button into it, and then again locked on the back. It's now nice and solid. Once that's got a lick of paint, it'll be hidden in there. So although it's not perfect, I did manage to save the console, so I suppose that's a bonus. Instead of lick of paint, it'll look quite good, I think. Only time will tell. But I'm going to get it prepping now, degreased, and then some plastic prime and satin black. I'll show you the results when I'm done. We have it. Since console repaired, plastic prime painted and fitted. Gear knob's the wrong one, but that's what came with the car, so it's getting fitted. Glove box had a lick of paint as well, and that's been fitted. Looks a lot better. Since console isn't perfect, but neither is the car. It's built to be used, so I'll do for that. Next job will be whip the steering wheel out and prep and paint that, get that in for good. And there's not a lot left on the interior then. Sill trims and seats, seatbelt bases, seatbelt reels, which I've now got the aluminium spacers for the bases on the way from my good friend Patrick Jorge over in Ireland. Thank you, Patrick. No one else had them, but you managed to sort us out. Then the underdash tray on the driver's side, which I'm not going to fit until I get the throttle cable. Yeah, that's the interior looking good. Nearly done. as you can see, interior's progressed a lot. Nora's coming along, actually sat in it for the first time. Got some seats in there now. Interior's got very little left to do. It turns out I thought I had a full set of seat belts minus the alley mounts for the base, which Patrick Jorge over in Ireland sorted me out. They arrived yesterday morning, so thank you Patrick, can't thank you enough. It turns out the passenger seat belt is beyond use, so I'm going to have to source a seat belt for the passenger side. But other than that, it's like pull the steering wheel out, give that a refurb, refit that. Rear ashtrays need a lick of paint and fitting, and a good clean inside, and that is basically the interior done. So that's a huge step, starting it for the first time, which feels quite nice. Seats have been retrimmed in some odd fabric, not beater cloth, but I'm sure they'll be much harder wearing than beater cloth. And then, like I say, it's just a good thorough clean, make it look nice and presentable. And that's pretty much it for this week on the Nora. Fitted all new door seals, so now the doors are painted shut, but I'm sure they'll get better as the door seals soften up a bit and, you know, squash. Yeah, generally that's it. Another week out the way on Nora. Paint the centre caps because the centre caps were chrome, so paint them. Just got to fit the decals. I've got a H&H ignition kit coming early next week, so all being well, next week it should be running for the first time. I'll make sure I get a video of that for you. I just want to shout out to Corey. He's a avid watcher. It's me mate Lewis, it's his son. He's only 4 years old but already a massive classic Ford fan. So big hello to Corey. Hope you're watching. Hope you like the video. That's it for this week on Nora. The end is nigh for this one. It's getting very close. I've actually made me snagging lists now, so that's when you know it's getting close to finished. Like I say, get it first start next week. All the brakes are bled up now. I'm waiting for some bushes for the roll bar for the front, and a few tweaks underneath, and then it'll be test drive. Finally, it'll be the first time it's driven in. Well, I know Dale's had the car for 5 years and he's never driven it, so who knows how long it's been since it's been on the road. Yeah, that's it, getting close. Quick Saturday morning job. Well, I'd whip the steering wheel out, obviously take the rubber centre out, take the rubber sleeve off the back, mask up the rubber around the outside, throw it in the blaster. Plastics, it had some pitting and surface rust as you've seen. It's good enough. Now mask it up, etch prime it, give it some satin black, and go back in the car. Be another job to tick off the list. All masked up. I'm gonna give it a quick degrease now and get some etch primer on there. Quick coat of satin black. Should look much better. That looks much better. Couple of hours work. Big improvement. No more rusty steering wheel. Let's get some rubber clean on that, give it a good scrub. Get some rubber dressing on it. Oh, nice. So, engine bay. Got the rock cover back from the machine shop. They had machined the top off it, the RS logo and the Ford logo. Now the problem being that when they machined it, they chipped the paint down the side of the fins. So I got it back. Also, when they machined it, it left some lines, some machine marks. So I wasn't happy with that. So got a sanding block on it. Started off with 80s, 150s, 320s, all the way down to 600 grit. Got it nice and smooth. Then scotched the full rocker cover, all the black. Give it a coat of black. Then got me 600 out again. Sanded all the fins off, the RS logo, the Ford badge, and then lacquered the full lot so it won't corrode. So I'm quite happy with that. Finished the engine bay off, looks nice. Got the Dizzy and coil from H&H today. It arrived this morning, so jumped straight on the car, got that fitted. Really simple. A couple of wires to put connectors on, bolted straight in. Brilliant. I bought that because when I went to Squires to buy bits for Scarlet, I asked them what they recommend, what they use on the rally cars, and they said it's no-brainer, H&H every time. So if it's good enough for a rally car, it's certainly good enough for Nora. So ordered one straight away, got it here, can't complain. Nice quality kit, and I think it was 255 quid delivered, and it's a nice billet alloy, Dizzy, brilliant. So got that on, new set of Bosch leads, got it static timing set up roughly where I thought it was, and sure enough it fired up. Now there's no throttle cable, so it's a bit of a pain to start at the minute, but basically a couple of pumps of throttle, and all being well, making good oil pressure. And sadly, a Pinto engine always sounds awful on an iPhone, so in real life it sounds really good. No tapping, no smoke, making brilliant oil pressure. Happy days. It's not even had a timing strobe on it yet, so I'm going to get it up and running, get the timing strobe on it, set the timing so I can do some test drives and stuff like that, and then when I'm happy with the car, is all buttoned up, everything's good, it'll get loaded onto a trailer, took to mechanics for a rolling road session, and he'll set and balance all the carbs. He'll be able to do a far better job than I'll ever be able to do. So anyway, that's down the line. What else have I been on with? Like I said, mainly been working on Scarlet, but that'll be a separate video. I'll show you what I'm up to with that. I got the passenger seatbelt off Steve. Steve, do you know what? I know him as Steve Beer, and that's because he used to be a draysman. I think it's called draysman, delivering ale. Anyway, I know him as Steve Beer, but his name's Steve. Don't know what his second name is. Known him for years, can never remember it. But he got me a passenger seatbelt because the one we had was knackered. So that's in. All the seatbelts are done now. Not a lot else been done. I've only been working on it today, really. Got our 4 badge on. Got that off Dave McKay up in Scotland. Got another one for the front, but I'm not fitted just yet because I don't know if the front of the nose cone, the black on the nose cone is going to be getting painted again. We'll see. I'll explain when the time comes. But yeah, that's it for the update on Scarlet. I think tomorrow we get all the water hoses on. Need a temperature sensor. Realised today I need a temp sender for the engine, so I can't fill the coolant just yet. And I need all the hose clamps, so I'll just carry on working through my snagging list, doing a little bits and pieces, and that'll probably be it for the week, really. So it's only a really small update, but it's alive, it's running, it's healthy. I'm happy. I sent a video, just recording, pointing over here to the owner because he doesn't want to see the car, but he's over the moon. He's not long rang me and he's buzzing. Can't wait to see it in person. So yeah, that's it for Scarlet, really. Not Scarlet, Nora. I'll get some more work done on it tomorrow. I'll film that. But yeah, like I say, it's been a short week for this one, but it's running, it's alive, and it's healthy, so it's all good. Just before I show you what I've done on Nora, it's just another little job I've done this week for Paul Jackson for his well-known Carnival Red Mexico. He wanted some trotted ends painting, just copy trotted ends painted in the right colour so they look the part. And he's had his steering rack reconditioned elsewhere, and they just put like Jubilee clips sort of on the boots, which you'd seen my video when I'd done the Mexico and done the wire loops like the originals. So he sent the rack down, done the wire loops, painted the spring tabs, spring clips in proper yellow, and stripped down, prepped and painted some trapper ends just so a bit more authentic on his car. So it's going to collect them in a minute. Anyway, back to Nora. So, show you what we've been up to. So underneath, dropped the car down, dropped it to the floor, put all the weight on it, cracked off all the suspension mounting points, you know, your spring mounts, shock absorbers, tramp bars, everything. Same with the front end, inner TCA bolts, roll bar bolts, everything. Drop the car down to the floor, get some weight on it, and then torque everything to spec, so now it won't pinch up on the bushes and it'll sit at its true height instead of being pinched up on the bushes. That's how Ford did it, so that's how I do it. On the front end, got the poly bushes for the roll bar. They come in a couple of days ago, got them fitted. As I said, torqued everything up on the front end, locked all the tabs up, split pins, everything's torqued, so that's all the suspension finished now. Filled the gearbox, I think that was 2.2 litres, EP8090. Filled the diff, can't remember what that was, but again, spoke to Graham at GS, he supplied the black line diff, and he recommended EP8090, so that's filled up. I had to swap the bolts on the front spring mounts because they was wrong. Wouldn't go in the holes, sorted that, no job done. Swapped the wheel nuts, ordered a brand new set of wheel nuts from John Brown Wheels. Got them on. Someone's just pulled up, so I'll be right back. Right, back to it. That was actually Paul Jackson picking up his steering rack and trapper ends. So yeah, got the new wheel nuts on. Just need the RS decals for the centre caps to finish them off. If anyone's ever fitted John Brown wheels before with their wheel nuts, on the front we seem to have lots of threads, on the back not so many. If anyone's had this issue before, could they comment or, you know, get in touch? Really, I could fit long studs, but I'm not sure if it's going to be, whether it actually needs them or not. I'll have to maybe take them off and measure up and see how many threads we've got. I'm not 100% happy with it, so it's something I need to look into. Yeah, what else? So yeah, all the wheel nuts on, front indicators done, in. So the only thing left for the nose cone is obviously the number plate, the headlight grills, and some adjustment. But there's a reason I've not finished the nose cone yet, and I'll show you in a minute when I let the car down. Underneath, I think that's it for underneath. I'll show you what I've been up to up top. So, I can't remember if the rock cover was on in the last video, but anyway, if it wasn't, it's on, looking good. All the coolant hoses are in, new hose clamps, coolant and anti-freeze in there. The washer bottle is in, along with the pump. Finished off the washer pump wiring, piping. That's all working. Set up the washer jets so they're hitting the windscreen. When I first hit them, they squirted the top of my toolbox up there. So yeah, they're all adjusted. They're squirting the screen now. The two fuse box covers are in. Servo pipe, valve on the slant panel is in. I've ordered some hose to go from here to here. That's that finished. Waiting on a throttle cable. That should be here early next week. That is the only thing stopping me having a test drive. What else? Oh, speedo cable grommet in. Need to try and make the oil pressure grommet fit because it doesn't. Surprise, surprise. Need to go and see Graham at GS and order the VIN tag and build tag. Get the build tag painted, get that on, get the VIN tag on. Number plates, I am trying to sort out some dealer number plates for it. I might not have them in time for the test drive, so I might have to just buy some cheap number plates just so we can put some miles on it. Interior, I've not really touched the interior this week. I need to pull the seats back out and paint the seat frames because I've been shamed into it by one of the viewers, or a couple of viewers. But yeah, not done anything inside. Right, so I did mention that I've not finished the nose cone off, and there's a reason for it. There's also a reason. it hasn't got any stripes yet, and the reason is here. So when I went to view the car originally, we agreed on a price to do the build, and that was that. And then when the car got dropped off, the owner pointed this out. He said it's been damaged somewhere, someone was working on it, damaged it, can I also fix that? Now that wasn't part of the original price. I quoted him to build the car. The only paint work was painting the black around the windows of the back panel. So what I'm doing is I'm building as much as I can, and if there's anything left in the budget, then I will address this, or I might have to just speak to the owner and say, look, this wasn't part of the deal originally, part of the quote, so there might be some adjustment, but I'm hoping there's money left in the budget so I can rectify that. There's actually another one on the rear quarter, but it's nowhere near as bad, so it'd be quite easy to fix that one. But this one will involve buzzing it back, repairing the dents, painting the wing. So that's why I haven't finished the nose cone yet. I really want to. I want to get the grills on, the Ford badge on, just finish the front end, but I can't just yet. Like I say, it is running. The servo pipe's off and I haven't got the line for it, and the battery's off, and I'm running out of time today. But I did film the other day it running, just a little video, so I'll tie that in on this. It's not the best video, but I'll show you that. But yeah, that's where we're up to. Nora is very close to a finished car. Next week will be its first test drive. It'll only be up and down the road here where it's quite private because there's no number plates and there's no MOT or tax. But it's fine, it'll be okay. It's just to get a feel for it, make sure everything's okay. I'm sure there'll be some teething problems being a freshly built car. All being well, it should run and drive all right. It actually runs quite smooth. A bit of a tweak on the carbs and playing with the dizzy timing, and it ran much better. So yeah, not much has changed under there other than the addition of a throttle cable. As that cable tie's going, I'm going to find something a bit nicer to clip it up. But it's in, it works. The clutch cable is actually off a left-hand drive Toyota Cosworth, because a right-hand drive Toyota Cosworth one is far too long. Really, this one could do with being, I don't know, maybe 5-6 inches longer, just so this isn't as tight, this curve, but it doesn't seem to be causing any issues. But yeah, in an ideal world, it would be slightly longer. I've seen cars with IDFs and a right-hand drive Toyota Cosworth cable, and the cable comes all the way around the engine bay and then back in there. It's just too long. And I'm sure people did suggest, when I put a post on Facebook, people did suggest different cable companies that could sort it, but when I spoke to them, they were saying, like, some of them were saying a couple of months before they could get it done. So this was the only way I could get the car done, get it ready and get it to a rolling road. We are generally not far off sending it to the rolling road now to get it tuned. There's still some bits and pieces missing. As you can see, VIN tag and build tag, number plates, Ford badge. We know why the front end's not getting built because of what I mentioned in the last video. So now I'm toying with the idea of sending it to the rolling road, getting it tuned, so then when it comes back I can finish off the bits and pieces, do the paintwork, finish the bits and pieces, and it can go straight in for MOT and then back to the owner. I'm hoping by this time next month the car's finished, back with the owner. The only hold up could be the VIN tags. I'm not sure how long they'll take, and waiting for a slot at the rolling road to get it tuned. They really are the only hold ups. They're the things that are out of my hands. Everything else I can have done in a space of a couple of weeks, providing we've got all the bits and pieces here. Yeah, that's it for the Nora update. There'll be a bit more work going on next week. I think getting it ready for the rolling road, speak to mechanics and see when they can actually get it in, and see what power it makes. I'm not expecting massive power. It's a completely standard Pinto engine with some IDFs and a 4-branch, but it should sound well as long as it runs nice and goes all right. this is what I should be working on. You know, what I normally do. Classic Ford, get Nora out the way this week, get all the paintwork finished off, you know, flat buff, stripe, reassembled, nose cone, just all the jobs, the little loose ends tied up, get it finished, get it MOT'd, and then I can store it until there's a slot available at the rolling road. So then once that's finished, I can get on with these two long-term projects which have been sat in the background. The XR2 I've already done some content on previous videos. The Capri I've never done any content on, but I really need to crack on and get them two done because both the owners want their cars, obviously. So apologies to Jason who owns the Capri and Neil who owns the XR2. I promise I will be back on them two cars soon. This is my problem. So my son, 19-year-old, put a comrod through the block on his 1.25 Fiesta. So being the good dad that I am, I've now got to put an engine in this one. Yay! Joys of being a dad. They never grow up, do they? Apparently he was doing the speed limit when he put a comrade through the block. So now, sadly, Nora's going to have to be put on hold for a day or two while I swap an engine. I'm yet to find that engine, which is going to need a service and a cam belt as well, on the Fiesta that is. So, all the best laid plans go out the window. This is why I actually stopped making plans, because I planned everything for this week, how it was going to go down, how everything was going to get done, and video, and da-da-da-da-da, and then when my gimbal wakes up, come on, that's the spanner that was dropped in the works. Woo, there we go. Yep, as you can see a nice oil patch underneath it, because it's got no comrod. It's got a number 3 comrod delete kit. So yeah, that's Monday's job. Wish me luck. I'm not going to video it because who in the world wants to watch a video on an engine swap on a 2015 Fiesta? I'm pretty sure nobody who watches my videos wants to see it. And I'll be honest with you, I don't want to do it either. But he's my son, needs must, just got to crack on and get it done. So sadly, Nora is on hold for a little bit. I died to get it finished. I want to see it all striped up and outside, done. But hey ho, it is what it is. Just got to crack on and get on with it. So finally, time to crack on with Nora. I got that Fiesta out the way, engine, got a second-hand engine in the Fiesta, cam belt, water pump, plugs, oil filter, got it all back in, cleared all the codes on it, all done, gone back to my son, he's happy. So now I can crack on with Nora. Well, I've already started, I've buffed the wing, that's come out okay. So show you the nose cone, what I'm doing next. So there you have it, wing buffed. Bit of polish to go on it yet. Next job is flat. I've already flatted. Started off with some 1500, just a quick once over with 1500 to get any dust out of it, and then 2000 all over. I'll get me little 3-inch buffer, which is ideal for these tin bits, and start off with some heavy compound and then go with some extra fine compound. I'm still toying. I don't know what to do. I could fit the nose cone and paint the cowls and hope that they match up, because this is, although it's supposed to be satin, it's got quite a bit of gloss to it. I'm trying to match that with the cowls. And another thing that's bugging me is it's got 2 holes in the bumper part. And I know it's not here for that, but it's really bothering me because they shouldn't be there. It must have had some spotlights or something back in the day. So I'm toying with the idea of just getting some fibre filling these in. I know eventually it probably will crack because this is like a rubberized plastic and nothing ever. I don't think you can even plastic weld these. They're a funny old material. So yeah, I don't know what to do. I really haven't got the time. It's not part of the job, but everything inside of me is just saying do it. We'll see. Anyway, for the time being, I'm going to flatten. Keep saying flat. I've already flatted all this. I'm going to buff it all up, get this nice and shiny, and then I may scotch this down and this and do these repairs. Don't know. Toying with it. We'll see. I'll show you what it's like when it's buffed up anyway. So we've got a wing flat and buffed, looking better. And the nose gone flat and buffed. Just no more big paint chip smack bang in the middle. We'll do. Next job, prep all this black. Scratch it down, scratch the bumper and fill these holes in, because yes, they got the better of me. I'm just going to do it. Get some fiberglass, clean up the back of it, get some fiberglass on there. Yeah, fill them, smooth them, prime them, paint them. You know the deal. And the headlight cars have not got any paint on at all. They are just bare plastic, so I'm going to prep them, plastic prime, and then paint them in the same black as the grille and the bumper, or the fake grille, because it's not actually open. Do them in satin black. So, and then the nose will go on finally, and I can get the car straightened up, and all will be well in the world. It's looking alright. Anyway, next job. So we got some fiberglass in there. What I did was got me, I can't remember, my little 3-inch prep tool. Took it right back to the plastic, just around there, and same on this side. Then got some 320s and buzzed it out so it's not just a big dip where I'm repairing, try to get a load of paint off. On the back again, got like a little, I think it's like a 30mm disc, like a 40 grit disc on the back, and just did like the surrounding area on the back of it, so it's nice and keyed up for the fiberglass to stick to. Tried to push it through the hole as well, and then on this side feather it out so it's clinging both sides, so hopefully it will last. You know, I've done my best. But yeah, buzzed it back down, took the top off this side. I'm just going to give it some skimmer filler now, and then block that, primer and paint, all being well. I'll show you the finished product, because I don't think you want to see me sanding filler, because it's about as boring for you as it is for me. So I've got all the filler sanded down, and then a nice thick coat of high build primer, so no more holes. I'll give that a couple of days to really cure and shrink, and guide coat it, block it, get it in black. Not really much exciting to see, but another job ticked off. Well, sort of ticked off. It bothered me since the day I seen the car, so just had to be done. I'm a little bit confused by this bend in the nose cone though. I'm guessing it's been fitted wrong in the past or something. Maybe when it tightens up to the bumper bar, I straighten out. We shall see. But that's it for today. Right then, finally back to Nora. It's been I think the last time I filmed anything, I'd got the bumper filled, 2 holes in the front, and in high build primer and guide coat. Well, anyway, finally got back to it. Been busy with other stuff, so it's been probably a week or so since I touched it. Blocked all the guide coat down, and this keeps up. There we go. So all the guide coat blocked down, nice and smooth, no more holes in the front. Got it all cleaned up, dried, scotched this area, masked everything off again, and did it all in satin black. So, because before it was really shiny, now it's just got a little bit of shine to it, just enough. Nice and neat, it's much better, and no holes in the front. So, next job is, while the nose cone's off, I'm going to fit the 4 badge, fit the new dealer plate to the front, fit the brackets in the side to mount it to the wings, and also I've got to paint. Oh, what's going on with me? Oh, me. It's having a fit. Hang on. Yeah, don't know what's going on here. There we go. we're back again. The gimbal was having a fit and started working vertically instead of horizontally, so I don't know if that's going to mess that part of the video up. We'll see when I come to edit it. Anyway, yeah, these are part of the reason why I repainted the bumper and the grille area, because as you can see, these have never been painted. So I think I mentioned it before, the bumper area and the grille area have been painted and was quite glossy. So then I would have had to paint these, well, prep them, plastic prime and paint them and hope that it matched up with this. Now the satin black I use is this satin black, which has got just a bit of sheen to it. Try and get it as close to looking like original plastic as possible. Whereas the satin black that was on this was really glossy. It looked a bit too much. So the chances of getting these to match this was slim to none. Hence why I've painted all the black. So next job is give these a good thorough clean up, prep, plastic prime, and then paint these in satin black too. And then I can get them fitted. Looking better. It's got a nose cone. It's a deal plate fitted and forward patch. Doesn't fit too bad actually. Gap's a little bit big on this side, but if anyone's ever fitted a nose cone before, they'll know you're basically limited with adjustment. Once you run out of give, and that's it, you can't go anymore. Just look a touch high. One on this corner, but the wing's good. Even there's good, so I'm not sure if it's just the nose cone deformed or tried adjusting it the best I can, but it's not too bad. A car that's had wings and stuff, lots of welding on the front end, I don't think it's too bad at all. Just the headlight cowls to prep, plastic prime, paint and get them on. And that's the front end done, finally. Quite impressed with it, it's looking good. Next will be the stripes. Yeah, don't look too bad that. Satin black looks far better than before anyway, so yeah, quite pleased with that. I'll do the job. New job ticked off. Getting closer to the end now. So Saturday morning, thought I'd come in and get the headlight cowls both prepped, plastic primed, painted and fitted. Wasn't here yesterday, I was at the NEC. Had a day off, going on a look at someone else's cars, which was nice. Anyway, back to this job at hand. All painted now, colour match is nice, look good. But I've never actually had these cowls fitted since the car come to me. And the headlight backing plates were already fitted to the car, the front panel was drilled. They was fitted in the wrong side, i.e. the drivers was in the passengers in the drivers, so I swapped them round. But there was the front panel was already drilled. So straight away, noticing a problem. Now the headlight cowl isn't fitted properly. There's no point fitting properly because it's quite obvious the headlight back plate has been drilled in the wrong place. It's down by about 1 inch. And it's actually over to the wing, probably, I guess I'd say about ½ inch. Driver's side is better. Well, actually, it's not a great deal better. You know, you get an idea. Drilled in the wrong place. Now, hopefully, there's enough adjustment on the back plates to slide them up and correct it. If not, then it's going to be a trauma pulling the nose cone back off again to re-drill the front panel. So what I'm going to do now is take some measurements, jot down the measurements where each headlight has to go in relation to the cowl for both sides, and then hopefully I can adjust the back plates. If not, like I say, it's going to be nose cone back off. It's never straightforward. Close. I just wanted to see if the front end finished. I've never seen it with the front end complete since it come to me, and yeah, so it's going to be an eventful morning. So I took some measurements to get a rough idea of where the headlights need to go, and it would appear, I think this one's about 17, about 15 mil low. Side to side it's good, the other side's not right side to side, and different measurements again. The problem I've got is, you can see one screw there to fix the backing plate. Now thankfully they're on slots and I can't see any of the slots, so it means I've got plenty of room to go up. There is another one which sadly is probably here, so this headlight is going to have to come out. And then I don't know if you can see these ones. No, there's two back here too, so the headlights are going to have to come out. Adjust the backing plates up, put the headlights back in, do my measurements again, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of trial and error. And I'm finishing work in about an hour, so I don't know if we'll get this finished today. Oh well, but here's what it is, got to be done. Like I say on this one's a lot further out. You can actually see the headlight's really close to the bottom here, big gap up top, so this one's going to need a lot more adjustment. And it's actually, you can notice it's really close on this side. I think I measured about 10 mil difference side to side, so this one actually has to go 10 mil this way. So I don't know when we're going to have, because it's on sliders, and the sliders are for up and down, not side to side, so this one may have to be re-drilled. We'll see once I get the headlights out. So my nice simple job of fitting cowls turned into a bit of a drama. So that's what we're dealing with the headlights. Well, I'll show you. I've put the inner headlight out with the bracket, and then the outer headlights I've just undo the four mounts and just popped out the way there just so I can access the screws. And 4 screws on the body. So I don't know if you can see this little mark here. That was the original mark where it was. And I've undone the 4 mounted screws, lifted this end up 15 mil, and this end has gone up 17 mil. So now, if my measurements were correct, they should fit. But we'll see. What I'm going to do now is screw the outer headlight back up with the 4 Phillips screws, put the inner one back in, plug it in, mount that. I say with the 4 screws, I dropped one of the screws down there and it's gone in the nose cone, so don't do what Sam does. And it's probably resting about here now, so let's get a magnet and fish it out. Yeah, so next job, get the headlights mounted back in and try and fit the grills again. There. Why do we keep calling them grills, cowls? Hopefully, if my measurements were correct, it should fit. Fingers crossed. That's better. Step in the right direction. I can actually get the cowl on now. Rubber gasket's still missing off this one, because it needs cleaning up. I think the outer headlight is perfect. I think the inner now is just probably a touch too high. So I'll probably pop them out again, pull this one down, say about 5 mil, just to get it perfect. That'll be that side done. Bit of a fiddly job, but it'll be worth it. It's nothing worse than seeing the headlights and they're all over the place. So, Nora finally has a full front end. The iconic RS2000 front end is finally complete. To a certain extent. I'll show you why. So, the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice there's no rubber ring around this headlight. They have a rubber gasket you can just spot through here on 4 headlights. Now, something I never spotted is these inner headlights, not headlights, are not actually RS2000, because what they should be is quite deep, like this, say a 10 to 15 mil step, which is what the rubber gasket pushes over, whereas these are really flat, so there's nothing for the gasket to stay on, which I'm quite shocked I didn't actually spot this all the way through building this car, but I have now. So these are the rubber gaskets I'm talking about. As you can see, they're quite deep, so they're supposed to clip over the headlight. And there's your holes for your headlight adjusters, and there's, sorry, 2 headlight adjusters, and then that's the fixing for holding the headlight into the backing plate. So they've not actually got anything to fit to because the headlights are quite flat with no lip on them. So unless we can source a pair of right-hand driver in the headlights for an RS2000, it's going to have to do without. But other than that, it's looking good. It's the first time I've seen it with a complete front end. Spent lots of time adjusting headlight heights because they was both sitting really low. The passenger side seemed to be really low, so adjusted that. There was also 10mm towards the wing, which is no good. Couldn't even get the headlight cowls on, so that looks much better. And they all work. So finally, it's got its front end, and the next job is going to be some stripes. Woo, we love stripes, but without the stripes, it just looks like a replica. So I'm gonna have to crack on and get it striped up. So my next challenge is stripes. Now, the problem I've got is the customer supplied a stripe kit with the car. I'm used to using DMBs, which are already pre-cut, and the backing is already preset to the height of the stripe where it should be on the car. Well, sadly, this has come like this. I don't know where the kit's from. I've been spoilt with DMBs, so what I'm having to do is go along with my ruler and put these marks all the way along. Now, I know they don't go right up to the swage line, but some people are saying they should be 15 to 17 mil, some are saying 12 to 14. What I do know is the pinstripe goes off the top of this height. Now I've measured on this car and it's 16 mil. Now I have painted the black on because it was far too low. I've gone with 16 mil, which was the height off the bottom of the boot lid. So now that's 16 mil, so I've gone with 16 mil here. So what I'm going to have to do, and I'm going to try something out on this stripe kit, which I've never tried before, but one of my mates, Steve, I just know him as Steve Lad, again, can't remember his second name, he applies these wet. So I'm going to give it a go. I normally fit them dry, but like I say, the backing's already pre-cut to the height I need, so you can set them and job's good. I've never had a problem. So on these, because these aren't cut, I'm going to try out this wet application. He basically said just put a mist of water on the panel, pull the backing off, fit it up, use a squeegee, run it along it once you're happy with the height, and it works. So I'm going to give it a go. Worst case scenario, wreck this stripe kit, and then I'll have to buy a DMB kit, which at this point is probably the better option for me, but we'll give it a go. There's nothing lost, is there? So I'm just marking out 16 mil all the way along, cutting a bit bigger, and then we'll get them on. And another thing, I don't think a later car should have these. Now I might be wrong. I always thought it was only broad stripe cars that had the RS2000 decal in the rear quarter. If someone would like to comment and prove me wrong, I just thought this was something people retrofitted back in the day because they've seen the broad stripe cars with them. Again, I might be wrong, but that's what I was always led to believe was correct. These shouldn't be on a later car with the pinstripes. Like I say, prove me wrong. So there we have it. Nora finally gets her stripes. That actually looks like an RS2000. It looks odd because I've seen it that many times without stripes. Now I'm looking at it with them. I just can't get used to it. It looks bizarre, but yeah, there we go. And the water strip worked. well insty. I've been fitting these stripes for years dry, and you get one attempt and you can't peel them back off, and it's just a nightmare. I literally got a water bottle, sprayed some water on, and you can pull them off and put them back on as many times as you want. Ta-da! That's one side down. I've got to do some alignment on the door on the passenger side, because when the car comes to me, it had nuts and bolts instead of the roll pins in the hinges. So someone had previously lined the door up with the nuts and bolts in. Now they obviously wasn't a tight fit, so when I replaced them with the proper roll pins, the door is now slightly out of alignment, so I need to tweak that. Once I'm happy with that, I can then go ahead and stripe the other side. Yeah, it's looking like an RS2000. Now again, do I put the RS2000 decal on the rear quarter? I've just read the Sport and Escort book, which I refer to as the Bible, and they say it's only broad straight cars that have it on the rear quarter, which is something I was always told as well. Now I know everyone does fit them, so I'll speak to the owner, see what he wants to do. I've got a feeling he's going to want to put the RS2000 decal on the quarter, and it's his car. When all said and done, it's not an original car. It shouldn't be black on the rear quarter. It shouldn't have alloys. It shouldn't have fishnets. The list goes on. It's supposed to be a base model RS, so there's lots of differences from the factory spec. So he's making the car his own, and I'll speak to him tomorrow. It's a bit late now. It's probably, I think it's about 10 o'clock at night. I'll speak to him tomorrow, see what he wants to do about the decals on the rear quarter. If he wants them, I'll fit them. If not, it won't get them. And that's it. Once I'm done, I really do hate fitting stripes. It's an awful job, but it's part of the job, so needs must. Something I've done is I've done a blowing on the rear quarter. Got that flattened and buffed. Can't really see because I'm smack up against the wall here, but done a blowing. There was a bit of damage on the rear quarter here. Something, I think it was when the car was transported down to me, there was lots of parts in the boot, and it looked like something had shifted and knocked the rear quarter and cracked it. And I did try touching it up with paint and flattening and buffing, but I flatted straight through to primer. So I ended up repairing it, doing a blowing on the rear quarter, stripes on, and you'll notice that it's got the RS2000 decal on the rear quarter, even though this being a late car shouldn't have it. It should be only on broad stripe cars. I did put it to the customer, give him the option because it's his car. For me, I wouldn't have put them on. I like them, but it's not original. I'm a bit of a stickler for that, which on this car it doesn't really matter because it's a base model, and as we all know, there's lots of things that have been changed on this that aren't base model. But anyway, I wouldn't have put them on. But that said, it's not my car, it's Dale's car, it's Dale's choice, so I have to go with what the customer says, and they look good. They break it up, but yeah, it's his choice. He decides to. So this side is completely striped, RS decal on, all done. Passenger side is the rear quarter stripe, the RS2000 decals on. I've still got to tweak the door. This door's not shut proper. I've still got to tweak the gaps on the door on the passenger side because I'm not happy with them. Hope I can get them a bit better. The problem I've got is they've had door skins on and they don't fit very well. And as you can see, it's not too bad there. It's sticking out at the top, it's sticking out at the bottom, it's nice in the middle. But on the front, if my gimbal wakes up, you can see it's just down a fraction. It's not much, but you can see it, and I don't want to stripe it until that's better. The problem I've got is at the bottom here, it is very close. I'm surprised it's not touching already, and I'm worried if I lift this door up, this is going to start touching. So I don't know. I'm stuck. This is the joys of building someone else's restored shell. because something's not right. I don't know whether the wing's too far back or whether it's just because it's a bad copy door skin, or I don't know. But that's what I'm up against. So I've been putting this off. I really need to do it. But I've been concentrating on the mechanicals because that's more important for the rolling road than having some stripes on. So the stripes can wait till it comes back. Something I did need to do was fit, excuse me, clear my throat, a breather. Now this isn't it's not staying here, but because this car is running the IDFs, it doesn't have a takeoff for the PCV or crankcase breather, so it has to vent to somewhere. So what I've done for the time being, it's venting to here. I'm going to try and find somewhere a bit more discreet because I hate these things on show, but obviously they have to be functional as well. So when that comes back, I'll find somewhere permanent for that, which looks better, or hidden. Just under the bonnet was just little things, checking levels, making sure things were tight, put a battery clamp in, you know, just all the things, excuse me, to make it safe for transport and safe for the rolling road. And I'm not far off done now. What I want to do is pull the front wheels off. I've got to fit the grease caps. I know it doesn't need them for the rolling road, but then I can torque the wheels up and they're done. They shouldn't have to come back off. Same on the back, retorque the wheels, make sure I'm happy with them, check tyre pressures. I think I'd have to check my list, but I think that is pretty much it. Then it's ready to go to the rolling road. It's running, starting up all right, everything's good. So yeah, I'm not sure what it's going to make. It's as far as I'm aware, it's just a rebuilt pin, so I know it's got a standard camming because I've had the rocker cover off it, 4-branch manifold, and single box, no, twin box, Sportex exhaust, 44 IDFs, and a H&H ignition. So I'm gonna, I don't know, I think it's an RS2000 standard, 105, something like that. I'm gonna say 120, 130. I may be way off, but anyway, that's a guess. But as long as it comes back and it's running nice and it's happy, it doesn't, to be fair, it runs pretty good now. It just needs that, you know, that fine tuning just to make it spot on. But that's it for the time being. I'll get an update when it comes back. And on the next one, there's another debate going on with this car, and it's another thing like the rear quarter. I'll have to speak to the owner about the sills. As we know, any RS2000 Mexico owner will know the sills should be black. I did spot the tank well, not the tank well, the spur wheel well. Again, as we know, the tank well shouldn't be black, but the spur wheel well, if my camera wakes up, there we go, the spur wheel well should be black. Also, the sills should be black. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to speak with Dale, the owner, and see what he wants to do. Again, it's his car. He might have chose not to, because all the black was done in this car when it comes to me. For me, it was done in the wrong black, but it was done. So he may have chose not to have the black sills. It might be his preference, I don't know. But I'll leave it up to Dale. I'll speak to him. It's no problem at all, scotching them down and painting them black. I'd prefer to do them just because it looks a bit more authentic. I think it just finishes the car off. But ultimately, it's up to Dale. So yeah, that's what I'm up to. I'll get some. I'll be able to do a test drive when it actually comes back. I have done a little test drive, but we're not running so good. I wasn't particularly happy going very far in it, so fingers crossed it should be back tomorrow afternoon and be able to have a little drive in it. We'll see. What will you make, little Pinto? I'm gonna say 123. No, 128. I'm going with 128. We'll see. I'll just quickly go through the list on what's actually left to do on this car to finish it. As you can see, well, you can't see this a couple of pages, but there's not a lot. Rebleed the brakes, as we spoke about, tracking, torque the wheels. There's some wiring on the inner wing, which just wants tidying up a little bit. The grommets weren't pushing through the inner wing, but the grommets are aftermarket ones, so they don't quite fit. So I'm not sure what I'll have to do with that, but I'll work something out. It says look at the rear brakes. Now I think it's just with having an LSD in and stuff, they sound a little bit noisy on the back end when I was like going quite tight lock. So I'll whip the back wheels off when it comes back and have a look at them. It might just be the handbrake once adjusted a bit and it was binding. Stripes, as you can see, I've already done most of them. It's just the driver's passenger door and wing to finish. Adjust the doors, well, done the driver's, passenger needs finishing. Roof aerial's a bit of a problem because the base that's on the roof is the original one for the car, or the original one that was fitted on the car years ago, and he appears to have lost the piece that screws into it, so he sent me another piece down to screw into it, which is nothing like, so it isn't going to work. So I'm not sure what to do on that. I'll work something out. Paint seat runners. I fitted the seats and the seat runners were quite crusty, and someone picked up on it in one of the videos and shamed me into it, so I'll be pulling the seats out and repainting the seat runners, make it look pretty. Secure the driver's door card. No matter what I do here, it's going to have to be some sort of bodge, or it's not going to be as Ford intended, because someone had kindly, the doors aren't original for the car, and someone had kindly hole punched a lot of holes in the door to make it lighter, but they did it exactly where the fixings are for the bottom of the door card, mainly at the front. There is a few at the back, but yeah, so the bottom of the door card where the speaker is at the minute isn't secured, so I'm gonna have to come up with some way of securing it. Not sure how, but needs sorting. Fit the driver's underdash tray, nice straightforward job. I just left it out because I had to adjust the driver's door so it can go in now. A couple of grommets in the boot floor and fit the boot carpet, nice and easy. Air filters, yet to decide what it's having. I'll probably have to speak to Dale on that and see what he prefers. I think he'll probably just end up going with a couple of K&M filters. Tidy the wiring. That is, I've already mentioned that. There's the headlight looms and the indicator looms where they come through the inner wing. They haven't got the original grommets on them, so they just don't want to fit into the looms go through, but the grommets don't want to fit. So I'll have to work out what I'm going to do with that to make it work. VIN and build tags. Well, the VIN tag's already fitted. The build tag I've prepped, put in etch primer. It just needs to go in colour and fit. Battery terminals. I want to swap the battery terminals for something a bit prettier. I just put them ones on it to get it running, and yeah, just put something a bit nicer on there. I hate the battery terminals because it's a round terminal battery and you'd have to put them little conversion ones on, and yeah, no matter what you do, they look crap. Oil pressure pipe grommet, aftermarket grommet, doesn't fit in the bulkhead, surprise surprise, so I'm gonna have to trim it, or I'm not sure, don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I'll have to fix it. It needs sorting, and the clutch cable needs securing, because any RS owner will know that it usually has a little bracket that bolts to the steering rack mount and stops the clutch cable pushing up against the steering knuckle. So that needs addressing. And then obviously a big clean up, a good polish, MOT, and put some miles on it, shake it down, make sure it's all good. So yeah, we're getting there. There's not a lot left. So the end is very close for this one. I'm looking forward to Dale coming to see it for the first time, because this is a build. This is the first build I've ever done where the customer has never seen the car. He's actually never been once. He's asked me not to send him any pictures, not to put pictures on Facebook. So yeah, this is going to be an odd one. I've never had this situation before. I hope he's happy. I think he will. I think he will be, but we'll see. Well, there's nothing like a little bit of a last minute disaster. Well, possibly a disaster avoided. So my last job before I was going to go home was torque the wheel nuts, and I'd forgot about the rear wheels having not very many threads because they're John Brown wheels, and yeah, anyway, there's not many threads. Torque the front's fine, they torqued up. Comes to torque the backs, and it doesn't feel, I can't get the torque rates to click. I think anymore it's going to start stripping threads because there's not many threads to bite. So luckily, I've got 8 slightly longer studs. I'll give them a clean up, can't focus on them. So it's now, what time is it? 20 to 10 at night, and I'm ripping the back wheels off and swapping wheel studs quick because I can't risk it going on a dyno and losing a wheel. So let's get to it. So there's one side done. Long studs in, just knock the old ones out. You see the height difference? So there's the originals and there's the ones that I'm fitting. Quite a bit different. A bit more length, I don't think you could see, but yeah, these are picking up on, honestly, they was picking up on like the last 3 or 4 threads, so I don't think they would have lasted. I know someone in one of the videos said they'd been running the same wheel nut combo for 2 years without a problem, but yeah, I was pretty sure it was like, that's the only thread it had. So that would have been half a wheel nut. So yeah, I wouldn't have been comfortable sending it out, well, sending it to the rolling road just in case it lost a wheel on a dyno and damaged the car. Even more so going it back to the customer that way. So yeah, luckily I remembered. So that's one side done. Just pop the drum back on, try the wheel nut, make sure the wheel nuts aren't bottoming out because they are closed wheel nuts, but they are quite deep. So fingers crossed they fit without having to chop the studs down, but we will see. So there we have it. Rear wheel studs changed, wheels torqued up, nice and tight, all done. Now there was an issue because, just as a thought, I don't think you'll be able to see it, but because it was only pulling on 4 threads, it had actually started pulling the threads out on 3 of the wheel nuts. So then when I tried fitting these to the longer studs, the 4 threads that had started pulling obviously didn't line up with the rest of the threads, so I couldn't actually get them on. So tried running my thread cleaner down there, and as you can see, it snapped my thread cleaner. Luckily I had a couple of spare wheel nuts, so I managed to get the rear wheels torqued up. You can see it better on that one. Yeah, basically it started pulling the first 4 threads, so then they don't line up with the original ones. So they'd screw on about 4 threads and then that was it, lock up. So they're actually knackered. So I have actually pinched one wheel nut off the front, so I am going to have to order another one. But for the time being, the rear wheels are torqued up. The fronts aren't as critical while it's on the dyno, but it will be something that needs to be addressed before the car leaves. So to the guy who said he's been running his car for a couple of years, you might want to try checking your wheel nuts, because like I say, these are damaged. If you try winding them onto a longer thread, you'll probably find that they'll only go on about 4 threads. So yeah, good job I did change them. It could have been a disaster on the dyno. Well, that's it for tonight. I am going home. I've had enough. All loaded up with bike, on its way to mechanics. So it's Saturday and Nora's been away, off to mechanics. Had his tuning all set up, running nice now. The only issue we found was a slight leak on the rocker cover, which just blew a bit of oil back on the bulkhead there, which needs cleaning up. He also said the tappets need a tweak, so I will get the rocker cover off, adjust the tappet, and put a new rocker cover gasket on, and that should be it. All back to it. messed up. So I did predict, I think I predicted 128, and it actually made 137.2, 148 pound-foot of torque. So pretty good power. Spoke to Dale, the owner, and he's over the moon with it. He was expecting about 110, 120, so a big leap. So yeah, he's happy. So that's all that matters. Customer's happy, car runs good, it survived. Back on Nora. As you know, he went to the rolling road last week and come back, and the only issue was a rock cover leak, and Mike at the rolling road suggested checking the tappets because it was a fresh engine. Obviously fresh engine, everything's running now, so need to get the rock cover off, check the tappets, just check all the clearances, and then it's going to need a new rock cover gasket. But I found an issue, and well, there's two issues. One's my fault, one isn't. I'm going to hold my hands up. I missed something, but I'll show you. So I've got Nora back in the workshop. Got the rock cover off, pretty straightforward. Marked up there. Just mark the plug leads up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just so I'm not having to mess around trying to guess and put them back on. Whip the daisy cap off just to get out of the way, get the rock cover off, undone the bolts, and that's where I found the issue. Because the rocker cover should have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 bolts fixing it to the head. Now I removed 8, and I know why. It's because I was rushing one night to get a job finished, which was fitting the rocker cover. I don't remember if it was night or whatever, but yeah, I was rushing to get the rocker cover finished, and I realised I'd put new bolts in it, but the 2 bolts for here are shorter than the other 8. So what I was meant to do was cut 2 bolts down and fit them, and come back the day after or later that night or whatever, completely distracted, got on with another job and forgot to add these 2 bolts, one either side. So that was part of the leak. So that's, I'm holding my hand up and being completely transparent, no one's perfect, I missed them. So that was part of the leak. The other part of the leak is this being an alley rocker cover, the rocker cover gaskets don't fit so great. So on the back here, you can see that the rocker cover gasket has pushed in slightly, and it's only had probably less than, you know, at a guess I'd say about 3 mil contact with the head. So the oil's been weeping past there, and you know, if you stick it back there, it's great, but yeah, sadly, it's going to need a new gasket. So yeah, partly my fault, partly the gasket, rocker cover, I don't know. But anyway, we found the problem, pretty easy fix, new rocker cover gasket, and actually fits all the rocker cover bolts. Yes, I'm an idiot, I hold my hands up. No one's perfect, we all make mistakes. Anyway, that's that problem solved. Bit of cleanup, you know, bit of oil on the rock, on the heater bubble and the bonnet, so bit of a cleanup operation. There's a bit on the belt because I noticed there's a bit of squeal on the alternator belt. No biggie, not the end of the world. But I do need to check the valve clearances while I'm in here. So that's what I'm going to do now. So yeah, bit of a cleanup operation. Clean up the belts because I know there's a bit of, oh, the belt's actually got a bit slack. I noticed a bit of a squeal on the alternator belt, but that's actually backed off a bit, so that needs tightening up. Check all the valve clearances, or the valve lash as our American friends call it, and put a new rock cover on and put it back together. So yeah, that's to be fair, a new engine. I know it's a rebuilt engine, so you're supposed to do the valve clearances once the engine's bedded in anyway, once it's gone through its running period. So yeah, it's due a valve clearance check and probably an oil change as well, oil and filter, because all the material that comes off when you first bed it in goes into your oil. So yeah, just do a little check over and a good clean now. Oh well. So I've made a start on the tappets. It seems like every tappet is too tight, there's no clearance, which I was expecting the opposite after it had bedded in. So I didn't build the engine, by the way. I do know the guy who built the engine. He's a very good engine builder, so I'm not knocking him by any means, but every tappet is, when I say tappet, I mean tappet, cam follower, whatever you want to call it, was tight. Now you can see these have got retaining springs on and these four haven't. The reason being, I've set the clearances on these four. What I do is, because I've got a terrible memory and I get distracted and people come in and disturb me, is I take every retaining spring off and then set the clearance, and then once I'm happy with the clearance, then I'll put the retaining spring back on. That's just my way of doing it. I'm not saying that's the way you should do it, but that's what works for me. So I know these four now are done, all the clearance is done. Now the clearances are what are we? 0.20 of a mil for the inlet, which will be these tappets, closest to these valves, closest to the inlet valves, and 0.25 for the exhaust. So I think it's 1/8 of an inch. Is it an 1/8? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I always write inlet and exhaust just so I can't mix them up. 9 times out of 10, you've got to put a bend on one to get it in for the carbs. If anyone doesn't know, feeler gauges. I know most people don't use them nowadays because everything's hydraulics, but on these, they're adjustable tappets. So yeah, I am just basically, I found everyone. What I'll show you, there's an inlet. What you do is rotate the engine until it's off lobe, get your feeler gauge from the right side, which is this side. As you can see, it won't go in because the clearance is too tight. So what you'd have to do is back off the locking nut here, tighten the tappet into the cylinder head to open up this clearance. When you're happy with it, lock it up again, put your retaining spring back on, and on to your next one. I'm not going to show you on every single one because it's pretty boring, and most of the people who watch my videos have probably done this more times than I have. So I'm not about to teach you, what is it, teach an old dog new tricks. It's not a new trick, you already know what you're doing. But for the people that don't, that's what's involved. Right, so after a bit of a break in content, a bit of a break from working on Nora, I'm back to it. Last time I was working on it, I was doing the valve clearances. They're all done now, so I needed to get a new rocker cover gasket and pop the rocker cover back on, and that's it, problem solved. Or you'd think, because today I finally had a chance to nip out and pick up a rocker cover gasket from my local classic Ford specialist. And I'm not knocking them, they don't make the gaskets, they just supply them. So I'm not at all knocking the supplier. But this is what you deal with classic Fords. Fits like a glove on a chicken's foot. Look at that. Honestly, you couldn't write it. Now I know it's a reproduction rocker cover gasket, and it's also a reproduction alley rocker cover, but not even close. This peg on the back, you have these little square pegs that go into the notches on the rocker cover. Don't know if you can see that. Yeah, that's not going in there. But it lines up with the hole, so what's wrong? Then we got this, when the gimbal decides to move, this bit just, you push it down here, pushes another bit out, because, well, just seems like too much material. And then this side is just all kinds of wrong. Don't know why it's gone dark. Yeah, not even close. But this bit just does not want to go down whatsoever. This is the joys of building classic Fords. Actually, I shared a video on Facebook to one of the groups, and someone commented on the video saying, "You never seem very happy in your video," and generally I'm quite a happy person. But stuff like this just it just drains you. Just the simplest of jobs. I've come back tonight, it's like freezing cold. I just want to get this rocker cover back on, get it all bolted up, and it's just another job ticked off. And this is what I'm up against. It's so frustrating. Simplest of jobs. Why can't it just work? What do we do now? I'm gonna have to try and glue this in place or something somehow. I don't even know if this hole doesn't even line up. So yeah, I don't know what my options are other than try and make it work, because chances are I'll get a rock cover gasket from somewhere else and it'll probably be no better. Wish me luck, because I'm going to need it. So it's back together again. After a bit of swerving, a rant and some trimming and sticking the gasket in place, it finally fits. About clear as sounds good. I'll run for a bit, so I'll make sure that got to tighten the alternator belt. Next job. That's pretty good. Happy with that. Shut him up. Tighten the alternator belt up. Try again. Tighten the alternator belt up. I'm not quite sure why it loosens off, but sweet enough, looks nice. Quite happy with that. Hopefully the gasket seals. Other than an oil change, that is the engine done. Other than air filters. Yeah, I think that's it. Anyway, yeah, that's where we're up to. Two jobs left to do. Got to paint the full tag. Build tag, get that on. Pull the seats out. Paint the seat bumpers. Finish the stripes. Do the roof aerial. Give it a good clean. Give it a good polish. And honestly, I think that's it for this car. And we're nearly there. It's like so close to finished. It'll be a nice Christmas present for Dale to get it back. So I'm gonna finish them stripes. Carry on with the little jobs, ticking them off. Road test, MOT, then a big road test. He wants me to run it round and put some miles on it because he doesn't want any problems. He just wants to jump in it and drive it. So, nearly there, people. Then I can get on with this one and this one. There's actually an XR2 behind there, which I'm dying to get back onto. And there's also a Capri up there, which I am dying to get back onto, and I'm sure the owners want me to get back onto them too. So I told them once I get rid of Nora, work will resume on them two cars. So this car really needs to go now. Hold me up. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with this camera tonight. I'm just out of practice. Anyway, I think that's it for tonight. A lot later than I wanted to be here tonight. That 30-minute job turned into more like an hour and a half. But that's just how it is. But running, I'm happy to go on, pick another job up. I did start filming this video about 2 weeks ago, and then got interrupted with other work, just jobs getting in the way. So sadly, Nora's been on hold. I have been doing some little jobs, but yeah, it's basically been on hold while I got through some other stupid jobs, just little daft things in the workshop. So sadly, there's been no update, no video, so I can only apologise for that. I'm back, and this will be the final build update on Nora. I'm hoping, well, I'm thinking of filming Dale collecting the car. He's actually coming this Saturday. It's now Thursday the 12th. So he's coming this Saturday to collect the car. So I've got to get through all the teething issues, all the little loose ends, you know, all the finishing touches. So yeah, that's what I'm up to now. It's now
7 o'clock Thursday night. I'm starting the night shift. It's going to be a late one. I think tomorrow's going to be a long one too, because I've still got quite a bit to get through. A little bit more than I actually remembered, so a little bit lastminute.com. But anyway, it's got to be done. So it is what it is. The car's actually now roadworthy. It's taxed, MOT'd. I did take it for MOT. It sailed through the MOT. Should do really. It's a fresh build. And I took it out for a road test today. It was only local, the MOT station, so it was probably less than 2 miles to the MOT station. But today I actually took it out for a test drive. I was out and just stayed local, did about 20-25 miles in it. Couple of little issues. For some reason the horns suddenly stopped working. I'll have to check that out. I noticed there was like a bit of a grinding from the passenger rear brake when you was going around a corner, and it turned out the rear brake drum itself, the inside lip, was just touching the backing plate. So I've just got a flappy disc on a grinder and literally just skimmed it, and it's fine now. Fuel gauge just stopped working, which is weird because it was working. Well, I replaced the sender unit, the fuel gauge worked. Now suddenly it's not working, so I'll have to look at that tonight, see what's going on. But yeah, I'm just tying up all the loose ends. It's fully striped now. I did try adjusting the passenger door, and I couldn't even open the door because it was going to touch the wing. So I ended up settling for the gaps. It's not perfect, but it's as good as I can get it without taking the wing off and moving the wing forward, which it's not going to happen at this point. So yeah, it's all fully striped now. The outside's basically finished. But I'll show you what I'm doing tonight anyway. So first job, well, not the first job was sorting the rear brake drum. The next job is up here. So on a RS2000, it only has a little bracket coming from this top bolt on the rack clamp to the clutch cable to pull it over to keep it away from the steering knuckle. As you can see, it's already caught. That is just a little bracket similar to this. I've actually made this. This is off a crossflow engine, but it's normally got like a M6 captive nut in here, so remove that, drilled out to M8, give it a bit of a twist and a manipulation so it looks similar to an original one, a coat of paint, and that will go just up here, there, and keep the clutch cable out of the steering knuckle. So I'm just going to bolt that on, and then that's another job ticked off the list. I know Lee, I spoke to, is it Lee Reynolds? I forget now. He asked me this question. So Lee, that's what you need, something like that. I have to focus on that. Ta-da. So there we have it, my little whittled up bracket. Do its job, keep it well away from the steering knuckle. Not going to fall out there. Success. Right then, on to the next job. Basically, it's all daft jobs like that. All striped. It hadn't finished this time. It started last time last video. So now it's all striped. It's looking a bit dirty because it's been out on a road test and all kinds of dirt and road dirt. Just keep saying dirt. Anyway, yeah. Right, on to the next job. Not sure what it is yet. I'll probably look at that fuel gauge. Hopefully it's just a fuel gauge. Bad earth or something maybe, don't know. Otherwise it might need a replacement sender unit because that might have gone down. Or worse still, it might need a voltage reg for the back of the clocks, which anyone with an RS2000 will know is probably as easy to find a unicorn horn than a good working voltage reg for a set of RS clocks. I don't know why no one's remade them, not quite sure, but anyway, hopefully I don't need one, but we'll see. So, onto the fuel gauge. Unplugged it off there, I tried putting an earth to the sender unit, didn't make a bit of difference, so the tank's earthing okay.
So the way to test if it's voltage reg or fuel gauge or fuel sender is earth out the wire that goes to the sender unit. So 1 second. That should be earth now. Just wedge the wire in the boot striker. That really, yep, fuel gauge full, which tells me it's the sender unit, not the voltage regulator. So I need a fuel sender. Hopefully my local, what's going on here? There we go. Hopefully my local classic Ford specialist will have one tomorrow for me. You know, it's dropping down now because I've removed the earth. So I need a sender unit. So next job, sender unit. I've drained the tank, pulled the fuel line off the fuel pump, just emptied it into some jerry cans. I took out 3 5-litre jerry cans, so definitely should have been registered on the fuel gauge. Got the sender unit out and took it apart. Basically, that's the back plate. This piece bolts into it, and that piece fits into there. It's just got some tabs pressed over holding it in. So in there is just that wire. It looks pretty clean, so what I'll do is get some Scotch-Brite on that. Just give that a little clean up. That looks nice and clean. So I'm leaning to just maybe a little bit of rust on there. I'll just give them wires a little clean up. Hopefully I can save it. Fingers crossed. I've got some contact cleaner, which is funny because a mate of mine dropped it off with some other bits and pieces. And when he dropped it off, I looked at the can and I thought, I'll probably never use that, but thanks anyway. I was grateful. I thought I'll never use that, and here I am. So, you know, prove me wrong. Thanks, Alex. So yeah, hopefully, a little bit of rust on that wire. Could have saved it. Fingers crossed. We shall see. Well, there we have it, built back up again. Bolted back into the back plate. I've cleaned all the prongs up where it sits in the tank. Cleaned all the areas up where this bolts to this, so it's got a nice earth. I guess we will see. Wish me luck. The annoying part is if this doesn't work, I've then got to drain all the fuel out the car again. Oh well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Well, I'd call that a success. So the Escort fuel tank takes 41 litres and I put in just over 10. So it is under reading slightly. Should be just above that quarter mark. Yeah, I put in just over 10, so it should be just above that quarter mark. But if it's under reading, it means whenever it gets low, you've still got more fuel in there. So I'll take that as a success. We've got a working fuel gauge. Is it gonna go down? Yay! Happy days. Another job ticked off. So I'm gonna call it a night there. It's getting late now. I'm getting tired. It's cold. I'll get finished up and get back in nice and early tomorrow. Get a full day on Nora. It'll be the last full day. Finish up the last bits of jobs and then a big serious clean up. Ready for collection Saturday morning. Hope Dale likes it. Just oh, what's this? Another one. Hello and welcome back. It's now, right, what time are we on? Phone's not even, your watch isn't even keeping up with me. It's 6:15. Been here for a while now.
It's actually Saturday morning. I didn't film anything yesterday just because I was flat out going through jobs. Good old Murphy's Law struck again, and anything that could go wrong went wrong with Nora. Front indicator decided to throw its hand in, which took a bit of tracing back and a few jobs, but got that sorted. Horn stopped working, got that sorted. Just problems, little problems, nothing serious, but just little problems that held me up. So I was rushing and didn't film anything. But yeah, show you where the car's looking, what it's looking like now, because in 4 hours it's been collected and there's still work to do. So I'll show you what I'm up to. So she's looking a bit cleaner. She had her first wash yesterday. Still a lot of cleaning to do. I've just fitted the boot mats, the rear strut top, the rear shocker covers, give the boot a hoover out, fitted the new boot mat, boot carpet, get that a hoover out so windows finished. Yeah, like I say, yesterday give it a good wash because it's been sat in the workshop, covered in dust. Then it went out to Congleton for rolling road and got covered in lots of road dirt and probably salt and snow and God knows what, because it was snowing at the time. So yeah, it was pretty filthy. So you got a good scrub yesterday. Still need to clean the engine bay. I still need to give the outside a wax, you know, a polish. Lots to do. Next job is gonna fit the build tag because it's still missing. Ideally, this would have been painted on the car when the car was painted, but they didn't have the build tag at the time, so I painted that yesterday. What I have to do is fit it, rivet it on, because usually on the VIN tag, on the chassis number, on the VIN tag they have silver rivets. On the build tag, the rivets are normally colour coded because this is fitted to the car and painted. So what I'm going to have to do is fit the build tag and then just rivet it up with some paint. So that's what I'm going to do next. It's just I left it drying yesterday, so fingers crossed it'll be nice and cured, the paint. Like I say, fingers crossed, really. Should have a bit longer, but don't get a choice. So that's how she's looking. So I'm not going to be spending too much time filming because I haven't got a lot of time left. It's covered in, I dried it off with some sort of towel thing that's left loads of bits on the car. So it's going to need quick detail spray all over it, just make it look a bit more presentable. But yeah, we're very close to finished, very close. Yeah, build tag, then I've got to pull the front seats out, paint the runners on them. I'll give the car a good hoover out while the seats are out, and a bit of a scrub in there, and then get the seats back in, clean the glass, etc. Job I hate, doesn't matter how many times I clean it, I always leave streaks, but I'll do my best. The thing that's going to hold me up is the roof aerial, because I still haven't got one. I've looked everywhere, can't find one for it. Dale actually sent over the antenna for a roof aerial, but it's not the one for this. It's actually stainless steel. I don't think it'll even fit to this, so I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm running out of time fast, but it is what it is. There's no going back now. It's getting collected today. Spoke to Dale yesterday. His missus has booked time off work, so it's not like I can say, yeah, we'll do it another day. It's got to go today. So yeah, right, let's get this build tag on. So, bit of a manic day. I'm sat at home now, as you can tell. Christmas tree. And the snoring bulldog beside me on the couch. Is that Peggy? Yeah, I come home and realised that I'd missed quite a bit of filming whilst finishing the car today. I didn't even manage to get any video of the car clean. I was stuck up. Simply because I was literally wiping the car down as Dale and his missus and JD walked through the door. What I noticed was, even though the car looked clean, there was lots of contamination stuck in the paint. So I ended up clay barring pretty much
most of the car and then using like a quick detail spray, and I was just wiping it down as Dale walked through the door. So it was all, I had the big unveil planned for him, and, you know, film him coming through the door and stuff like that. And sadly, just because of cleaning up the car took so long, I didn't get a chance to do it. I did paint the seat runners, so whoever mentioned it in a YouTube video, I did get the seat runners painted, got the seats back in, got the carpets all hoovered, glass cleaned inside, everything wiped down inside. Got the build tag on, big scrub on the engine bay. The engine bay looked really nice when it was finished, and just generally cleaned the car over. So I think what else? It's just been, like I say, manic. I think I started about 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning, and I worked from the minute I walked through the door to the minute Dale walked through the door, was non-stop, just trying to get the car ready. And thankfully, I got it finished just in time. I didn't manage to do the refurbishment, but the car got took straight from me to car audio electronic specialist, and they are fitting, I think he's going to have some sort of alarm. I'm sure he mentioned a Clifford alarm fitted, just because he's going to be using this car daily and he wants a bit of security with it, which is understandable. The car made it back perfect, it never skipped a beat. He's over the moon with it, and he'll be getting the car back early next week so he can start enjoying it. But yeah, so sadly I didn't get any videos of the completed car. I did get a couple of videos with Dale leaving the yard and, you know, coming back in, so I'll show you them, but sadly that's it. I'm hoping Dale will get me some good pictures of the car so I can send over and put on the Facebook page. But anyway, that's where we're at, so that's why I've had to film this bit, because there was missed a bit in. So yeah, ignore the snoring dog. She's probably still awake, yeah, still snoring. I had to remove the music and sound from this because the music was on in the background and YouTube doesn't like that, sadly. Sadly I didn't get to film enough of Nora. I was too busy working on it, but that's it, all done. Excuse the dog barking in the background. Take care.
Have a good Christmas.
You too, mate. Bye bye. And there it goes. So that's it. Nora's finished and gone. Sadly, I didn't get to get much footage because I was literally cleaning the car as the owner walked in. So yeah, I would like to have got lots of pictures and lots of videos of all the finished, looking good, but sadly, run out of time. So yeah, the Dale's not long messaged me and said the car made it back fine, he's made up with it. He's so happy, in fact, that he gave me a bonus and a Christmas card, and even brought me a model Mark II Escort, so thanks Dale, it's really appreciated. It's nice to know you appreciate the work that's gone into the car, and yeah, I'm a little bit sad to see it go. It's been a while since I've not seen it in the workshop, so yeah, on to the next cars. I've got a couple of days work to do on this, get this out of the way, and then I can drag these three out and carry on with Jason's Capri, carry on with Neil's XR2 and Rob's Escort. Here's the card off Dale. It's always nice to be appreciated. Sammy and the family, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all the best for 2025 from Dale, Vaughn and Nora. So yeah, thank you Dale. And he even got me Drivetrain Mark II Escort. Thanks, Sammy, for working your magic on Nora. All the best. Happy one. Happy day. A very happy Dale. So that'll go up in my office. Thank you, Dale. I'll go on my shelf or on my desk in my office. My card. So that's it for the Nora updates. It's all done, gone. Thank you for watching. I'm sure Dale can now go back and watch all the videos, because he said he wasn't going to watch any of the videos until the car was finished. So now he's going to sit down over Christmas and go through all the videos and watch exactly what's gone into the car, the work, the ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, you know, all that sort of thing. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching the videos, and I'll see you in the next video with some more updates. If you haven't done so, please subscribe. It costs you nothing. It helps the channel grow. And like, share. Thank you. I'll see you in the next video.